The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 30th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Flood to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of grace and mercy, in you do we find our hope, a hope that cannot disappoint us, for you have poured your love into our hearts. God, it is your love that assures us that in all we endure, through all that we are called to persevere, your love for us bears us up. Remind us then first to hold on to that hope, as we are faced with countless situations and issues that confound and concern us. Assure us once again that nothing can steal the hope we have in you and in your activity in this world and in our lives. May the assurance of your protection and the certainty of your direction fill us with a profound sense of joy and peace as we yield our lives to you and trust in the providence of your will. Then let us bear witness to that hope found only in you. Keep our testimony of hope strong and unshaking, that our work and our lives would reflect the sublime strength you alone provide. We remain bold in our privilege to offer our prayers to you in the strength of your holy name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and extend my remarks if necessary.
You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition of H.R. 1. While the majority claims this bill would lower America's energy costs, this bill would directly result in policies that would add to the deficit, incur billions of dollars in environmental costs. This bill puts polluters over people by putting taxpayers on the hook for environmental cleanup of our public lands. And public lands are just that. They're public. They belong to the people, not to major corporations, not to foreign mining companies who would ship mined materials over to China for smelting or to be sold on the global market. How does that protect our national security? Let me be clear. We need to reform the permitting process to guarantee our transition to the clean, green energy economy. But when it comes to leasing our public lands, local communities and tribal nations need to be front and center, not oil, gas, and mining interests. When companies pollute, they need to be held responsible for the cleanup, not the American taxpayer. I support people over politics. H.R. 1 should be rejected, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize my constituent, Maneuver Training Center Staff Sergeant Dan Abbott, who was named Non-Commissioned Officer of the Year at the Virginia Army National Guard's 2023 Best Warrior Competition. The Army National Guard's Best Warrior Competition is a physically and mentally challenging 3-day competition that tests competitors on a variety of skills. Held at Fort Barfoot, 10 Virginia National Guard soldiers participated in this year's competition to demonstrate commitment to the Army values that embody the warrior ethos. Staff Sergeant Abbott, a former active duty soldier who has been in the Virginia National Guard for about 5 years, showcased his talent and rose above the rest. He will now go on to face soldiers and non-commissioned officers from Delaware, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and the D.C. National Guard. I congratulate Staff Sergeant Abbott on his outstanding accomplishment. I wish him great success as he continues to represent the Commonwealth of Virginia in the next round of this prestigious competition, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
On this Transgender Day of Visibility, I want to speak about a young constituent of mine, an 11-year-old girl from Mesa, Arizona. She wrote me a few days ago to say that one day she wants to grow up to be a doctor or maybe even president. Her favorite color is pink. She loves cats and the yellow Minions, and she wants to play on the local soccer team with her friends. But because of the wave of anti-LGBTQ legislation introduced in Arizona and other legislatures around the country, and right here in Congress, she is afraid, and so is her family. To that little girl, I want you to know that you are anything but. You are exceptional. And you are deserving of every opportunity to pursue your passions and your dreams. Please know that you are loved and you are not alone, and that I and many of my fellow colleagues right here in Congress will continue to work to protect your rights. Trans youth are kids, and they should be able to spend their time being kids, not writing their Congress member to defend their basic rights. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the International Human Rights Defense Act, which I'm honored to have joined Senator Markey in the Senate and Representative Jacobs here in the House to introduce just this week. Now, this is the first bill I've introduced as a member of Congress, and it's an issue that's very personal to me. As the first LGBTQ+ immigrant to serve in this body, I know how important it is for the U.S. to stand for human rights around the world. Right now, there are nearly 70 countries around the world where LGBTQ+ people are criminalized just for being themselves. In 11 countries, you can be executed for loving your partner, and we know that discrimination exists all across the country and the globe. Here in the U.S., even our freedoms are being rolled back, as we see what happened just this last week in this very chamber attacking trans people. Our bill ensures that regardless of who sits in the Oval Office, our foreign policy should always reflect a strong commitment to human rights. This bill permanently creates an LGBTQ+ global envoy office at ambassador rank level and codifies numerous goals and initiatives within the State Department. LGBTQ+ rights are human rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. This week, I'm introducing bipartisan emergency legislation to correct the devastating issue of child labor in West Michigan and across the country. In West Michigan, we believe in protecting kids. And when big companies and corporations go against that goal, we take the necessary steps to hold them accountable. I've heard from my constituents, and I'm responding. Here's what my bill, the Justice for Exploited Children Act, will do and why it's important. Right now, the maximum fine per violation of child labor laws is around $1,500, and there is no minimum. If you think that's an embarrassingly low price to pay for exploiting a child, you're right. That's because these are the fines that have been on the books since this law was first introduced almost 100 years ago, and they have not been raised. These meager penalties, effectively pennies for big corporations, allow guilty parties to evade meaningful consequences, and as a result, continue these shameful practices. It's unacceptable. This legislation makes clear that exploiting kids cannot be the cost of doing business. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm Greg Gassad, and I represent the heart of Texas. And I rise today to sound the alarm. Extremist Republicans are using the Texas legislature as a testing ground for their most extreme policies that they plan to spread across the country. Right now, top Texas officials are considering new laws to 1, create vigilante bounty hunter groups to go after immigrant families, 2, defund our public schools, 3, bar doctors from providing health care to transgender Texans, 4, cap how much renewable energy our state can create, 5, ban books and drag shows, 6, block water breaks for construction workers, 7, ban citizens from Asian countries from attending public college, 7, they've already banned abortion and now are going after emergency contraception. This vile blueprint may be Republicans' plan for our state and our country, but they're not representative of Texas values. Texans take care of our neighbors, look out for each other. Americans want decent health care, housing they can afford, and a decent future for their kids. As public servants, we should lead with love and integrity. After all, Texas is a native word that means friendship, not cruelty. I yield back my time, but not our efforts. Thank you.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 1. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of the bill H.R. 1, which the clerk will report by title.
Infrastructure and critical minerals processing by promoting transparency, accountability, permitting, and production of American resources, and by improving water quality certification and energy projects, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, March 29, 2023, Amendment number 29, printed in House Report 11830, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Luna, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report 11830. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Amendment 30 expresses the sense of Congress that the royalty rate for onshore federal oil and gas leases be 12.5%. This amendment establishes that it is the sense of Congress that the royalty rate of onshore federal oil and gas leases be 12.5%, the pre-Inflation Reduction Act level. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act was filled with horrific policy and has only made things worse. The Inflation Reduction Act is geared to severely harm American energy independence by, among other things, increasing royalty rates and fees while restricting access to energy resources. Our country needs to produce more energy, not less, but Democrats designed their extreme climate agenda to restrict oil and natural gas production. One measure of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act enabled the Biden administration to raise the oil and gas royalty rate for certain offshore leases from the current 12.5% to 16.67%. This measure will only result in less oil and gas production, harming consumers and our national security. The Biden administration doesn't even pretend otherwise. Interior Secretary Deb Haaland said it resets how and what we consider to be the highest, best use of American resources. This is about the use of the land, and the Biden administration clearly wants to block all of our lands from the use for oil and gas production. My amendment simply returns onshore royalty rates to what it was 2 years ago, before this radical Democrat intervention. This amendment would affirm the intent of the underlying bill, which would reset the royalty rate for onshore leases to 12.5%. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, the underlying legislation would already roll back all the positive reforms Democrats have made to the oil and gas leasing program in the Inflation Reduction Act. For too long, Big Oil paid the taxpayers a pittance for publicly owned gas and oil they extracted and sold for an enormous profit. In the IRA, the Democrats fixed our outdated royalty rates, bringing them in line with the royalty rates charged by states. Studies have shown that this will have no impact on gas prices, but it will bring a fair return to the taxpayers. Republicans want to repeal our reforms, lower royalty rates, again, a giveaway to an industry that clearly doesn't need it. These low royalty rates are part of the reason this bill increases the deficit. So much for that fiscal responsibility and restraint. Big Oil doesn't need to give away. They're rich and getting richer. I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Arkansas as much time as necessary. Chairman Westerman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chair, this amendment says that the sense of Congress is that the royalty rate should be 12.5%, which was the royalty rate before the very misleading and misnamed bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, was passed by my colleagues on the left. And we all know that it wasn't an Inflation Reduction Act, and they publicly call it their climate bill. President Biden has called it the climate bill. And the increase in the royalty rates was simply another way to attack our energy resources here in America. The Democrats know that. The Biden administration knows that. The officials in the Biden administration know that. And in a bill that they called the Inflation Reduction Act, they actually increased inflation by passing a law to say we're going to raise the cost of energy off of federal lands. It didn't take the market to do it. It was done by the law passed by my colleagues across the aisle. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, take the word of the Biden administration. Earlier this month, the Biden administration confirmed this fact in a leaked Bureau of Ocean Energy Management memo on Cook Inlet Lease Cell 258. The memo reads, and this is in response to BOEM trying to do an 18.75% rate, trying to put the highest rate they could on this cell. The memo reads, quote, a 16 2/3% royalty may be more likely to facilitate expeditious and orderly development of outer continental shelf resources and potentially offer greater energy security, end quote. The Biden administration knows this. They know the lower the royalty rate, the more likely we will have energy security, the more likely we will develop our resources. But they choose to use the highest rate possible to do everything they can to attack American energy, to attack American jobs. It's putting Russia and OPEC over the American people because we're still going to use energy. We're not using less energy, we're just using it from different sources. And laws like this that were passed on a partisan basis last Congress were signed into law by the Biden administration. They simply put these bad actors over the American people. It's time we lower energy costs and we pass the Lower Energy Cost Act, and we pass it with this great amendment by my friend from Tennessee. I support the amendment, and I yield back to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. Let me remind everyone that big oil giants reported their largest profits in history in 2022. together making over $1 trillion in sales, all while the American families were struggling. You know, we can't continue to rely on the decades-old Republican baby drill mantra to lower prices for Americans. Policies that make us more dependent on fossil fuels will keep subjecting Americans to the whims of dictators and global market shifts, which means always higher energy prices. Instead, we can invest in clean energy here at home. We can reach our true energy independence, bring stability to the American families, and fight climate change all at the same time. With that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
It should be noted that the largest oil profit was realized by Saudi Arabia, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
You know, I just would like to once again remind everyone that H.R. 1 is the pinnacle piece of legislation for the Republican majority. And this bill, as the debates have shown and throughout these last few days, is a boondoggle. It's a giveaway, and H.R. 1 puts us back into the position of less protection for the American people, less protection for our environment, and sets us back in the struggle with the ticking time bomb of the climate crisis. H.R. 1 and this amendment continue that pattern. I urge a no vote. And as far as H.R. 1, Polluters Over People Act, if this is the pinnacle of legislative effort on the part of the Republican majority, one can only wonder why we are not concentrating, giving time to the gun violence that is all around us in this country, the recent deaths of children and adults at the Christian church. That is not an issue with this Republican majority. In fact, they've said they can't do anything about it, that the sacrosanction of the Second Amendment prevents them from doing anything. And yet, H.R. 1, the pinnacle, the zenith of their legislative effort, undercuts basic protections for the American people, fundamental core laws and environmental laws that have protected the American people since the 1970s. H.R. 1 and this amendment deserve to be defeated, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman has
I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 31, printed in Part B of House Report 11830. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 31, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-30, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My amendment provides that any entity subject to the jurisdiction of the government of the People's Republic of China, or any entity that is owned by the government of the People's Republic of China, may not acquire any interest with respect to the land leased for oil or gas under the Mineral Leasing Act, the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, and may not acquire claims subject to the General Mining Law of 1872. We need to secure our land and not to make it available for foreign governments, especially the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP is one of the greatest threats to American democracy and our homeland. Since at least 2007, the Department of Defense has consistently recognized China's dominance in the mining of key minerals as a leading national security threat. The Biden administration is recklessly pursuing a green agenda that makes the United States economy more dependent on critical mined minerals used to make things like batteries. We cannot continue to allow the genocidal CCP to control the supply chain. We certainly must ensure that the CCP cannot expand its market power by controlling mines, even in our own country. I urge adoption of my common sense amendment and the sake of our people and our national security. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to claim time in opposition, though I'm not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. During our markup of this bill in the committee, Representative Gosar offered a similar amendment to this one, though it applied only to oil and gas, not mining. I asked if he would consider adding mining to that ban, but that was declined. I also had an amendment to this bill to include mining in this ban, and which was not made in order. However, this Republican amendment, which is very similar to my own, was made in order. I am glad to see that at least some Republicans have come around to the point of including mining as part of the ban. If we don't want the Chinese Communist Party developing oil and gas leases on federal land and waters, then we shouldn't be supportive of the CCP mining on publicly owned minerals. It isn't hard to find that many foreign-owned parent companies have terrible records of human rights abuses, environmental degradation, harming indigenous communities, and destroying sacred sites. Some foreign companies, specifically several owned by the government of China, are known to have horrible records on all these fronts, and yet they can operate freely on our federal land, including in my home state of Arizona, through their subsidiaries. I repeatedly heard from my colleagues that we agree that human rights and environmental abuses are wrong. But so far they have refused to address the problem. As the demand for these minerals increases, let's not rush to open our lands to just anyone who wants to mine. Let's take a closer look at who is operating on our federal lands and work to raise the global standard. Let me remind members that under our outdated 150-year-old mining law, mining claimants do not pay a cent, not one penny, to the public's value for the public's valuable resource that they extract and turn around and sell. Nothing. There's a better deal. That's a better deal that even oil and gas get. We absolutely should not be handing our public mineral resources over to the CCP with no fair return to the American people. No return to the American people at all, with the result would be simply just to destroy our lands. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Arkansas. Mr. Chairman Westerman, as much time as necessary.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. And I want to thank the ranking member. Appreciate bipartisan support on this very important amendment. And I think this is a sign that we're making progress. This is a sign that America is coming together to stand up against the Chinese Communist Party. And we need to stand up not only against them, but we need to continue standing up against Russia, against OPEC. And that's what H.R. 1 does. It's a bold step in the right direction, and this is a small part of it. And I commend the gentleman from Tennessee for crafting this amendment, for getting it made in order. I support the amendment, and for very good reason, because we simply cannot let the Chinese Communist Party continue to dominate and take control of not only mineral supply chains, but energy supply chains, as they are trying to make a move in that area as well, where they're cozying up with the Saudis. They're working with Russia to buy the oil and gas that we've banned from there. And their objective is dominance. And they've made great strides in the minerals area, and they're working very hard to do that in the energy. The way we push back against China and the CCP is we produce our energy and minerals here. And we for sure don't let China come to America and own any kind of lease on federal lands or private lands. We produce it ourselves. We send it to our allies. There was a delegation recently in Germany, and the message they brought back from Germany was gas equals peace. They want us to send them our gas. And we've got ample supplies of it. We just need the pipelines, we need the ports, we need the LNG facilities, we need the vessels to send gas to Europe that's much cleaner than the gas they're getting from Russia and will help bring peace in Europe if they can get more of our energy here. I again commend the gentleman. I support the amendment, and I yield back my time to the gentleman from Tennessee.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much. And let me just give one important example of what this amendment addresses. In my home state of Arizona, Oak Flat, an area sacred to the Apache people and other indigenous tribes in Arizona and in New Mexico, there was a deal made to give federal land to a foreign-owned mining company, Rio Tinto. It's a subsidiary, local subsidiary, domestic, but owned by Rio Tinto, which is also partially owned by the Chinese government. This company has a horrible track record around the globe. In 2020, it demolished a 46,000-year-old Australian Aborigine site, an irreplaceable cultural artifact and sacred site to expand an iron mine. And this amendment stops rolling out the welcome map for these mining companies. I urge support of the amendment and yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think Chairman Westerman, I think my colleague from across the aisle, it should be noted that it's the CCP that launched a reconnaissance balloon across our country. It's the CCP that is flooding our country with fentanyl and killing our kids and poisoning our country. I urge adoption of this amendment, and let's send a message to China that we've had enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose
on
does
that,
the
we would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 11830. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk as approved by the Rules Committee.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply ensures that no undue influence can be wielded by the Chinese Communist Party using an existing provision, which I think reflects the overall sentiment behind this anti-CCP enforced labor provision of the entire bill. The underlying section allows the Secretaries of Agriculture and Interior to accept and expend funds from non-federal entities in order to pay for staff and information technology system development to expedite permit processing. They are authorized to accept funds in fiscal years 2023 through 2025. This amendment prohibits those secretaries from accepting contributions from non-federal entities owned by the Communist Party of China or a person or entity acting on behalf of the Communist Party of China. Seems pretty common sense. There are already provisions in the bill which would prohibit the CCP's involvement in certain parts of our energy market. They should not be allowed to participate in this one any more than they do in the others. There's no reason that our government should be accepting money from this well. Let's remind ourselves that we're not talking about the people of China that wish to breathe free like all people in the world do. We're talking about the Communist Party of China. We don't need anything from them. With that, I urge support and adoption of this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of this amendment. Environmental reviews are how we learn about a project's potential impacts on our lands, water, and public health. They're a critical safeguard against harmful industry practices. This section of the bill, this amendment amends, says that project sponsors can find their own environmental reviews. The entire section is wrong, and this amendment begins to recognize that. It would ban the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Interior from accepting funds for environmental review from the Chinese Communist Party. But my question is, why stop there? What about other foreign adversaries? What about the entities that have committed human rights abuses? What about the entities that have lobbied the federal government? How do we ensure that any outside funding will be clear of conflicts of interest? From my view, we can't. The federal government should have the sole responsibility to conduct unbiased environmental review because the federal government is responsible for protecting its citizens. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I thank my colleague from the other side of the aisle that we're finally willing to get together, Democrats and Republicans, and be tough on the Communist Party of China. But with that, I yield to the good gentleman, the chairman of the committee, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and thank you for bringing this amendment that makes a very clear and stark reality that we don't need the Chinese Communist Party. America does not need the CCP. They need us. They need us to buy the goods that they're producing. They need us to buy the minerals that they're mining out of mines they've developed with child slave labor in Africa. They need us to develop or to buy the stuff they're producing with slave labor in China. But we don't need them, and we sure don't need their money here. And I appreciate the ranking member realizing that. I appreciate that the people are speaking. The House of Representatives is the voice of the people, and I believe this is how America feels. But we need to go further. We need to put action to our words. We need to show the CCP that America is strong, that we have our own resources, that we can develop these resources better than they can develop them. We can put these resources out on the world market, and instead of being dependent on others, we can be the ones exporting our goods, growing wealth and jobs here, and being a deterrent to the spread of communism, to the spread of dictatorships, and to all those things that we as Americans deplore. This is about, at the end of the day, it's about freedom, and it's about promoting those values that our country was founded on. Again, I support this amendment. Appreciate the gentleman bringing it. I yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much. And I concur with much of what Chairman Westerman said. I support the amendment. I don't think it goes far enough. I think that as we confront the question that he brought up of Chinese communism and their influence and their participation in activities on our public lands and waters, that we need to make sure that that doesn't occur. But I would extend that further. I would extend it to cronyism. I would extend it to inside trading. I would extend it to large corporate interests, many times of foreign-owned companies, dictating our energy policy and production for this country. The point that we have here, and as representatives of our constituents and the federal government, is to protect the American people. And to protect the American people is to make sure that their public health and their right to know and their right to seek redress is protected. H.R. 1 does not do this. This amendment is a step in that direction, but the underlying bill does not. And with that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank my colleagues and urge support of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 33, printed in Part B of House Report 11830. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk as approved by the House Rules Committee.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply extends existing reporting requirements. The underlying section allows the Secretaries of Agriculture and Interior to accept and expend funds from non-federal entities in order to pay for staff and information technology system development to expedite permit processing. They are authorized to accept funds in fiscal years 2023 through 2025. In the original bill text, both secretaries are required to submit annual statements to the committees of jurisdiction explaining why one or both of the following scenarios occurs. They do not accept funds contributed, or they accept but do not expend the funds contributed. This amendment adds the requirement that both secretaries submit a report to the Committee of Jurisdiction that includes, for each expenditure authorized, the amount of funds accepted and the contributing non-federal entity. I know most folks probably don't read these reports and they throw them in a pile. However, for future oversight efforts, it's important for the U.S. Congress to both specifically enumerate that agencies retain this information and then require them to provide it to us so not only we can see it, but the American people can see how the money's being spent and who's spending it and who's giving it. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I reserve the balance.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires the Department of Interior and the Forest Service to do very basic reporting on funding that the agency would start receiving under the bill from outside groups for processing permits. The agencies would only have to report at the end of each year how much money they got from which outside groups, not which permits that the money funded. That won't do much, if anything, to prevent conflicts of interest and corruption in permitting. The section that this amendment amends is very, very bad. To me, the amendment demonstrates that some Republicans are noticing the absurdity. Instead of requiring after-the-fact reporting on outside money influencing our permitting process, why not prevent conflict of interest in the first place? Again, the federal government should have the sole responsibility to conduct unbiased environmental reviews because the federal government is responsible for protecting its citizens. I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield as much time as he may consume to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Westerman.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding. I do rise in support of this amendment. H.R. 1 would allow non-federal entities to provide money to certain federal agencies to improve permitting efficiency. And this good governance amendment that's offered by my friend from Pennsylvania would require the secretaries who accept this money to report on where it came from and how much was provided. And I think there's some confusion about the intent of what's in H.R. 1 about speeding up permitting. And Mr. Chairman, before I came to Congress, I did engineering work for over 2 decades. I'm a professional engineer, so I worked on a lot of projects where permits were required. Fortunately, we were working with state permitting agencies, and we would hear the same argument from the state permitting agencies. We don't have enough resources and enough people to do these permits. It's going to take longer. And a lot of states have programs where they allow the entity trying to attain the permit to pay money to the agency so their employees can work overtime. And it is really a way to increase the resources and get more out of the resources. It's not degrading the environmental protections at all. It's just moving the process forward at a faster rate. And that's what the intent of H.R. 1 is to move permitting at a faster clip so we can build all kinds of energy. So we can build solar farms and windmills and high voltage transmission lines so we can build pipelines, so we can extract minerals and resources here in America. We can process those, we can manufacture things from them. And this is important to making our country a leader in the world by overcoming the position we're in with China on minerals, the position we're in with Russia and OPEC. I support the underlying principle in the bill, and I support the good governance amendment by my friend from Pennsylvania, and I yield back my time to him.
I thank the chairman, and I thank him for his comments. And again, the provision already exists. All we're saying is that we should be able to, the American people should be able to follow the money. And if there's a report that says this is where the money came from and this is where it was spent or it wasn't spent, then we can follow the money and we know. That's all we're asking for. That's all this does. It doesn't slow anything down, doesn't speed anything up, just says you're capable, you're able, there's a way to follow the money. I urge adoption and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a way to speed up and deal with the backlog. We Democrats in the Inflation Reduction Act fought for and included a $1 billion to deal specifically with NEPA and the review process, to bring it up to capacity, staff it, and the same can be done for the other agencies, endangered species reviews, marine reviews, etc. It can be done, and it needs to be done by the government. I think the federal government should have the sole responsibility to conduct unbiased environmental reviews. That we deal with the backlog. We deal with the fact that with the $1 billion under NEPA, we will reach that 2-year threshold that the Trump administration wanted, that the Republican majority wanted, and senators, including Manchin, wanted. We can do the same with the other agencies as well. It is about backlog. It is not about continuing a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the prophecy has been to starve these departments so that you can claim that things are not being done in a timely fashion. This is an opportunity. The President has recommended in his budget to fully allow the transfer of money from the IRA to this review process with other agencies, not just NEPA. I think this amendment is redundant in the sense that we establish a dependency on outside funding from potential claimants to leases and permits within our federal lands and waters, and depend on them to be able to back that to deal with that backlog. If we're going to speed this up, let's do it correctly. Let's do it with the taxpayer and the American public's rights and public health in mind, and fund them fully, and allow the president and the departments to transfer money to the areas in which they're needed. That's what speeds it up. What we're doing today in terms of requiring a report will have no real effect on the backlog and opens the door to conflict of interest and corruption in our permitting process. With that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report 11830. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk as approved by the House Rules Committee.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The FAST Act provides for certain projects to be covered, which means projects that meet statutory requirements can gain voluntary access to a permitting timetable that contains all the necessary federal environmental reviews and authorizations in one centralized location. The underlying text ensures certain Defense Production Act projects also receive that covered status unless the project sponsors opt out. This amendment specifically excludes the Defense Production Act projects related to solar panel and EV projects from that preferential treatment. This amendment does not alter the actual authorities provided in the Defense Production Act. It just says that the administration, any administration, can't get special treatment for projects that have absolutely nothing to do with national security. Solar energy is often unreliable and cannot compete without subsidies. EVs cannot compete in a competitive market without subsidies. Using wartime, as far as I know, Congress hasn't declared war since I've been here, but using wartime authorities to subsidize these technologies simply doesn't change those facts. Worse yet, the projects empower the Chinese Communist Party and exploit their regime of slave labor. Roughly 50% of the world's polysilicon necessary to produce solar components come from Xinjiang, Turkmenistan, where they have the slave labor operation. Industry representatives have actually acknowledged the major disruption caused by this Congress's efforts to stop forced labor in the region. And we should try to stop it every way we can. And this is one of the ways. Again, the solution is not to abuse wartime authorities to prop up domestic industry incapable of making a profit without generous taxpayer subsidies. Finally, while this amendment is relatively narrow in scope, I hope we have a broader conversation about the Defense Production Act on our side of the aisle to prevent abuses from this and future administrations. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment. This amendment says that if the Secretary of Defense takes any action under the Defense Production Act related to solar panels or electric vehicles, it can't be treated as a covered project under FAST 41. Now, I have my own concerns about FAST 41, specifically around ensuring that communities have proper input in project permitting. But this amendment is a blatant attack on clean energy infrastructure. I cannot support it. I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is about using wartime powers, and we haven't declared war. But with that, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Arkansas, the committee's full chairman, Mr. Westerman.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. I rise in support of his amendment. As we know, this bill is all about permit streamlining, including for domestic mineral projects. The underlying bill allows for mining projects that have received funding under the Defense Production Act to be placed on the existing FAST 41 permitting dashboard. My colleague's amendment states that mineral projects that contribute to certain technologies, such as electric vehicles, cannot be placed over and above other mine projects. This amendment also supports responsible deployment of funds under the Defense Production Act. Mineral production is vital to our national security, and H.R. 1 creates multiple opportunities to streamline the process for mineral development. And Mr. Chair, I would also like to at this time recognize the Natural Resources Committee staff who worked tirelessly to advance H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. Thank you to Ashley Nichols, Rebecca Connelly, Rob McGregor, Tom Connolly, Chris Markland, Rebecca Hoshiko, Madeline Bryant, Kyle Weaver, Anelia Butler, Murray Miller, Sophia Varnasidis, Will King, Nancy Peel, and Vivian Mogline. I also want to thank the members of the Republican Conference for all the work that they've put into this legislation and to their staffs. This has really been a team effort to get this bill to the floor in a record amount of time to address an issue that is very prevalent in our country, to lower energy costs, to make America energy independent, to increase our national security, to break supply chains on China, and to make America be the leader of the world in the future. H.R. 1 is the first step to that, and we should be proud to have put it on the floor. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, to support the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the chairman and would echo his gratitude for the staff. There's long nights, there's a lot of details to be worked through, and to get these things right, we rely on folks that oftentimes are more the experts than we are in it. So we sure appreciate their sacrifices on our behalf and on behalf of the nation. With that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania's time has expired. Gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be remiss after the chairman's acknowledgement of his staff not to do the same. I want to thank the staff on working for the Democrats on our committee very much for their hard work and their effort to keep the worst from happening with H.R. 1. Their work has been phenomenal, and all of us on the committee as members are very appreciative. Again, let me just go back to Polluters Over People Act, H.R. 1. H.R. 1 is supposed to be the pinnacle, the apex of legislative action on the part of the Republican majority. And while we're doing this discussion, looming over the nation is the default and the debt ceiling, and the negotiations being promoted by the Republican majority, and the cuts that are being promoted to the basic services and programs that the American people not only depend on, but rely on for their lives. But we're not talking about that. All we're hearing is that if permitting doesn't happen the way that the industry wants it, in terms of changing the basic laws that protect the American people, their health, and our environment, then we'll make that part of the hostage-taking in any discussion and any negotiations we have around the debt ceiling. We will continue to work hard, the Republican majority are saying, to gut NEPA, to gut basic environmental and bedrock and public health laws in this country, because that's the zenith of the effort. H.R. 1 is not a legislative effort. It is a giveaway. It is empowering big oil and big gas to once again control the energy policy of this nation, ignore climate change, and cost the American people more and more through the cuts that are being anticipated and through the fact that we are not concentrating on their needs and concentrating on the needs of big oil and big gas, an industry that doesn't need our attention, doesn't need our help, and certainly does not need the handouts in H.R. 1. And with that, I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes.
Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 11830. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I rise in support of the amendment. They ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like canaries in coal mines, the recent spate of tragic whale and dolphin deaths, and a well-founded suspicion, pardon me, that geophysical surveys, including the use of sonar, may be a contributing cause, has brought new light and increased scrutiny to the fast tracking of approximately 3,400 offshore wind turbines covering 2.4 million acres by 2030, more after that by 2040, all embedded into the ocean floor by massive pile drivers in the North Atlantic planning area that includes New Jersey's coast. The offshore wind industrialization approval process has left unaddressed and unanswered numerous serious questions concerning the potentially harmful environmental impacts on whales, marine life, and the ecosystems that currently allow all sea creatures, great and small, to thrive. Cindy Ziff, Executive Director of the Clean Ocean Action, pointed out in testimony at a field hearing chaired by my good friend and colleague Jeff Van Drew that the National Marine Fisheries Service has said, quote, offshore wind is a new use of our marine waters, requiring substantial scientific and regulatory review. So she asks, where is the substantial review? My amendment, Mr. Speaker, requires the U.S. Government Accountability Office, or GAO, to investigate the sufficiency of the environmental review process for offshore wind projects of the Marine Fisheries Service and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and any other relevant federal agency. Among other concerns, GAO would be required to investigate and report to Congress on the impacts of offshore wind on whales, finfish and marine mammals, commercial and recreational fishing, recreation and tourism, invertebrates, essential fish habitat, resources, cultural, historical, and archaeological resources, sustainable of shoreline beaches and inlets, military use and navigation, vessel traffic, and the impacts of hurricanes and other severe weather on offshore wind projects. The GAO would also be tasked to reveal how the agencies determine which stakeholders are consulted, whether a timely, comprehensive comment period is provided for local representation and interested parties, and the estimated cost and who pays for the offshore wind projects. Mr. Speaker, if and when wind projects go online, vessel navigation, including U.S. Navy ships, merchant cargo and ships, fishing boats, and search and rescue operations by the Coast Guard may be significantly hampered due to radar interference. The National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine released a report in 2022, a year ago, entitled Wind Turbine Generator Impact on Marine Vessel Radar, and found that wind turbine generators, quote, obfuscate the marine vessel radar for both magnetron-based and solid-state radar and can cause significant interference and shadowing that suppress detection and small contacts, close quote. The study also found that wind turbine mitigation techniques for marine vessel radar have not, and I repeat, have not been substantially investigated, implemented, matured, or deployed. That study was from 1 year ago. The vulnerability of massive structures the size of the Chrysler Building to hurricanes, nor'easters, and superstorms has not been adequately investigated and vetted either. Yet one study in 2012 found that there is very substantial risk that a Category 3 and higher hurricane can destroy half or more of the turbines at some locations. Remember, these are about 1,000 feet tall. They could topple like dominoes. Any surface appeal argument made by the industry or by the government comparing it to the survivability of wind turbines of the East Coast to the UK or Norway fails because Europe doesn't get hurricanes. They get remnants of our hurricanes. They get bad weather, but they don't get hurricanes. In like manner, the devastating impact on commercial and recreational fishing has been largely ignored. One expert, Megan Lamp, said at Mr. Van Drew's hearing, tremendous testimony, we are facing the annihilation of our industry at the hands of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. New Jersey's amazing shore tourism industry is also being put at grave risk. Mr. Speaker, with so much at stake, and out of an abundance of caution and concern, support for my amendment to require a comprehensive and independent review by GAO is absolutely warranted. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment. This amendment requires the Government Accountability Office to study the sufficiency of current environmental review process for offshore wind projects. I think we can all agree that offshore energy projects, including offshore wind projects, need to be studied thoroughly before being built. And the National Environmental Policy Act helps us do that through their review. But H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, guts the National Environmental Policy Act. If I lived in any of these coastal communities, I'd be pretty nervous about how H.R. 1 makes it harder for stakeholders to weigh in on projects that might affect their communities. This amendment scrutinizes the environmental review process for renewable energy development, but the underlying bill guts the review process for offshore development. Now, as we've seen in the Gulf, The infrastructure needed for oil and gas drilling has decimated wetlands, and oil spills like the BP disaster, close beaches and kill wildlife. Scientists have found this seismic surveys for offshore oil exploration are far more damaging to marine mammals than surveys for offshore wind. A couple-page GAO study on whether environmental reviews of offshore wind is strong enough doesn't make up for the cuts to those reviews in H.R. 1. A path forward is to reject the Polluters Over People Act and instead make sure federal agencies have the tools, the capacity, and the resources they need to complete reviews in a timely fashion. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance. No, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, on that I would ask for a recorded vote.
Requesting the recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you. And before I begin, I want to thank the chairman for his help and his support. I want to thank Congressman Dr. Andy Harris for traveling the great distance to New Jersey to be at the hearing that we had in Field. I want to thank Congressman Chris Smith for his support in traveling as well, and Congressman Scott Perry, all of whom were there. I rise today in support of my amendment and to clear up the misconceptions and that continue to float around amongst the mainstream media, this administration, and pro-wind advocacy groups, and highlight what is nothing less than an existential threat to our coastlines and the millions of people and communities who rely upon them. Proponents of offshore wind claim that it is a necessary step in order to transition the United States to clean energy. Yet, oddly enough, BOEM's own environmental impact statement admits that offshore wind will have no impact of any substance in combating climate change and will, in fact, increase greenhouse gas emissions. Proponents say that it will stimulate economic activity and create thousands of jobs. Yet offshore wind turbines are being constructed in Europe and China, and not in the United States. And offshore wind companies are attempting to circumvent the Jones Act so they can use cheaper foreign vessels and cheaper crews. Plus, BOEM has admitted that the commercial fisheries will have to this is important, will have to completely abandon their fishing grounds as the result of offshore wind. Destroying one job to create another is not job creation. Let's talk about the offshore wind companies themselves. Ørsted, who is building offshore wind farms off New Jersey's coast, is based in Denmark and used to go by the name Danish Oil and Natural Gas. Equinor, who is building offshore wind farms off of New York, is based in Norway and a self-described petroleum refining company. British Petroleum, BP, who is building offshore wind farms off New York and Massachusetts, is based in England. Avangrid, who is building offshore wind farms off Connecticut, has its parent company based in Spain. These are foreign-owned companies that have bought millions, not thousands, I'm not exaggerating here, millions of acres of our ocean, our American ocean in the Atlantic, and intend to expand into the Gulf, Pacific Ocean, and our Great Lakes as well. every body of water in this country is blessed with, and now will be at the mercy of foreign-owned energy companies, thanks to the Biden administration. More than 50% of our energy, if this plan was to go to fruition, would come from foreign countries. We would rely upon them, and they'd be under our control. That's shameful. They say that surveying and construction of these offshore wind farms is not resulting in marine mammal deaths. Well, I've lived there and I see it. But that begs the question, why is BOM offering incidental take authorizations to these companies? And for those that don't know what that means, a take, for those that don't understand it, is the accidental harming or killing of marine species. And it's not just whales, it's dolphins and others. Wind companies need these ITAs because these industrial wind grids are leased right on top of the foraging grounds and the migration routes for the critically endangered North Atlantic right whale. NOAA's own scientists have sounded the alarms on how these projects will affect right whales, not just now, but for many decades to come. I beg to differ. I beg to differ with the proponents who claim that offshore wind will boost our ecotourism along the coast. Would you choose to go to a shore that consisted of thousands of industrialized wind turbines that rise to nearly 1,000 feet tall and realize that there's no casino in Atlantic City that is this tall? Well, Ørsted themselves conducted a survey in my home county of Cape May, which is a tourist county, on whether tourists would return after these wind grids are built. 15% said they wouldn't even think about returning. Ørsted considered this a good thing. I will finish up. Perhaps they forgot to look into what it would do. It would be a loss of $1 billion. You could talk about defense, and I will yield back, but you could talk about defense.
Has expired.
Standing up for my constituents. I yield back. Please vote for this bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition to the
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York and our leader in the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Ranking Member Grijalva, for your leadership in opposition to the Polluters Over People Act. And I must say, the concern of the gentleman from New Jersey we just heard about ocean animals is touching, considering the effect that climate change will do for all of this wildlife, and all of us for that matter. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bad faith amendment aimed at slowing our nation's transition to the affordable clean energy economy we need to address the climate crisis and create good-paying American jobs. With nearly 164,000 New Yorkers already working in the clean energy industry, the state is expected to create more than 10,000 additional jobs through its commitment to developing 9,000 megawatts of offshore wind energy in the coming years. If you're worried about the potential adverse effects of wind for energy development, you will be pleased to know that the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is already required to perform substantial environmental reviews. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's Renewable Energy Program subject matter experts are best equipped to analyze potential environmental and industry impacts of offshore wind. Considering this, it's strange that my colleague from New Jersey is supporting an appropriations request to defund the Renewable Energy Program. It's also strange that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim to worry about the industry's impact on whales when most of them oppose the North Atlantic right whale vessel strike reduction rule. The data shows that most whale killings are attributed to vessel strikes. Again, this is a bad faith attack on offshore wind, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you very much. As we finish the amendment process under the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Committee, let me just close by saying that Polluters Over People Act, H.R. 1, has one distinct and sole purpose. That's to dismantle, weaken, eliminate basic laws and legal protections that have been in place for over 50 years around important issues of public health, environment. And what we've heard today as rationales has been permitting reform. What we heard as rationale is energy independence and dominance. But the sole purpose, these concepts are dog whistles. They're dog whistles for climate denial and no action. They're dog whistles for having corporate dominance, not public interest, in charge of our most vital natural resources, especially its people. H.R. 1, Polluter Over People Act, is a basic assault on the public health, the public interest, and prevents us from dealing with the reality of climate change and the need to take action now. With that, let me yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chairman.
For what purpose the gentleman from Arizona?
On that, I would ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman requested a recorded vote in pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-30. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 260, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment has a very simple objective. All it's designed to do is provide certainty. They have discharge permits that are granted often to ports, to vessels, large and small, and different operators that are required to discharge, making sure that what they're discharging is properly evaluated to ensure that it doesn't cause adverse impact to the environment. These permits are normally granted for a 5-year period of time, but what we found is that upon expiration of the permits, we've seen gaps of months and months and months, creating uncertainty for those operators. What this amendment does is it very simply says that if a permit expires, you just get a continuance. You get a continuance of the existing permit conditions until the agency works to recertify or to re-up the permit. The second thing that it does is it says that if you have a continuing operation, and if there are some changes that the agency wants in regard to the operations of the permit, then that's fine, but you have to begin that process 2 years ahead of time, giving the operators ample time to adjust or adapt to the new conditions. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I oppose this amendment, and while I recognize the amendment's underlying goal to make it easier to obtain Clean Water Act permit, not all permits have the same potential impacts on water quality. We need to take care to distinguish between those permits that can be expedited because of their minimal impact on the environment and those that need additional attention and scrutiny. The Clean Water Act already authorizes the use of general permits to allow a more expedited process for activities in the wetlands that will cause only minimal adverse environmental effects when performed separately and will have only minimal cumulative adverse effects on the environment. Current EPA regulations also allow the issuance of general permits for point source discharges that involve the same or substantially similar types of operations, such as construction-related activities, urban stormwater, and the Western and Central Gulf of Mexico offshore oil and gas activities. The amendment attempts to codify existing EPA regulations on general use permits for point source discharges without the safeguard that the activities have only a minimal impact on the environment. The amendment does not prescribe how these new requirements will interact with existing general permit authority. Conflicting standards may have the opposite effect that the representative intends. It may restrict EPA's authority to determine which activities are eligible to use the more streamlined process of obtaining general permit coverage, and those activities more appropriately reviewed under a more rigorous individual permit authority. This will bogging down the EPA with layers of rules will not make obtaining a permit easier. The amendment also expands who can apply an expired general use permit to new projects. Under current law, current permittees who file a notice of intent to be covered under a general use permit scheduled for reissuance remain covered by the previous permit, even if there should be a lapse between expiration and reissuance. The amendment requires the new applicant also be allowed to use expired permit regardless of whether or not the permit is likely to be renewed. Allowing automatic expansion of permits that have not been renewed for legitimate concerns will not improve water quality. I stand ready to work with the representative or any other colleague who seek to a sensible permitting reform while continuing to uphold our nation's water quality. However, this amendment does not uphold our nation's water quality, and that is why I will oppose it. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thankfully, the amendment described by the ranking member is not the amendment that we're offering today. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, member of the Natural Resources Committee.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate our colleagues on the other side of the aisle pointing out all these different rules and regulations that we have to go through for a vessel to simply come in and out. This regulation is very simple. It says if you have a permit today and it expires today, that permit is good until the new permit is issued. It has nothing to do with further checking of water quality, because that's already set up in the first permit, and the layers of government bureaucracy are already put in place. All this bill very simply says is you can continue running your business until we have time to do our job. It is hard to run a business based on the federal government's time clock, because the government gets in no hurry. The slower they get, the more important they feel, and the business community cannot handle this. We've got to give the business community some help, and this is help. And again, this is simply saying is you carry on the way that you have agreed to carry on for the last 5 years, and we will get to you as quick as we can. And I think it's a great bill, and I'm here to support it. Thank you, sir. Give my time back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Reserve.
Second. The gentleman has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prepared to close. I recognize myself. Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify again. The ranking member's comments, while clearly concerning, do not apply to this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I want to read from the amendment. The administrator is authorized. It doesn't say they shall. It says is authorized. Its second section says the administrator may require. These are discretionary. These are discretionary terms. There's nothing in here that's mandatory. It creates the ability of the administrator to offer to offer a general permit. But most importantly, let's keep in mind, this doesn't waive any environmental laws or anything along those lines. What this does is it simply says that if a permit has been issued and the agency is not fast enough in re-upping the permit, then what happens is that you continue operating under the previously approved permit. Now, if the agency wants to reject a permit, if they want to take an action, all of that discretion is still retained by the administrator. Reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves.
Right, so we're going to him. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the distinguished majority leader and the sponsor of this legislation, Congressman Steve Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my friend from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for yielding, for his leadership on this, bringing this amendment, which I support, and especially bringing this bill. Mr. Chairman, we all ought to be focused on helping low-income families who are struggling. Families all across America are struggling under the weight of high inflation, all the spending that's come out of Washington under President Biden, but especially led and driven by this anti-American energy policy that we've seen from President Biden that has dramatically increased costs on American families. And how are people getting hit by all of President Biden's anti-American energy policies? You could see it right here. Gas prices, every time you go to the pump, 50% more people are paying. That takes money out of families' paychecks every single week when they go to fill up their vehicle. You look at the utility bills people are paying. 40% more, 25% more in some areas of the country that they're paying more in their utility bills, making it harder for them to heat their homes in a cold winter. As we approach summer, people want to turn on their air conditioning, they're going to be paying a lot more. That takes money out of their pocket. And oh, by the way, when you look at what President Biden passed last year, he passed a $6 billion tax increase on natural gas, which is one of the drivers of higher electricity bills. The good news is, Mr. Chairman, Republicans have answered the pleas that so many families have been raising by bringing the Lower Energy Costs Act to the floor. H.R. 1, this is a bill focused on helping those families who have been struggling, who have been saying for the last 2 years, is anybody in Washington looking out for the families who are living paycheck to paycheck, who cannot make ends meet, who are sick and tired of runaway inflation and higher costs? And the answer is yes, House Republicans are here with an answer to this problem. I think it's important to understand how we got here. It wasn't by accident. President Biden, as a candidate, said he was going to go and try to destroy the energy industry, stop drilling in America. Day one, the day President Biden took office, he started taking immediate action to attack American energy. He canceled the Keystone Pipeline. He started putting his bureaucrats in place to put red tape in the way of American production of oil and natural gas. Now, you may think that's because the president is against pipelines and the president is against oil and natural gas. He's not. In fact, while the President Biden, was canceling the Keystone Pipeline from Canada to the United States, he green-lighted a pipeline from Russia to Germany. So he bailed out Putin while he was sticking it to families in America, and they paid a higher price for it here at home. Then, the same time he was making it harder to produce energy in America, getting agencies to stop issuing permits, canceling lease sales. It wasn't because he was against oil and gas. No, because during that time that he was making it harder to get oil and gas in America, he was calling Vladimir Putin again, there's that name, calling Russia, asking them to produce more oil for America. Putin said no. So then he got on Air Force One. Now, all these climate justice warriors that fly all around the world in their private jets. Air Force One, the last time I checked, there's no solar panels on the wings of Air Force One. It takes jet fuel. He flew to Saudi Arabia, and he begged Saudi to produce more oil. So again, he's not against oil. He's just against American oil. Well, the Saudis said no because the Saudis want a high price for gasoline. Who pays for that? Hardworking families. So why don't we ask this question? If the president's not against oil, he's just against American oil, where are we getting our energy from? Where are we getting our critical minerals from? They talk about electric vehicles as if everybody's driving electric cars. You know, one day, maybe that's where the world goes. Technology still needs to advance a lot to get to that point, but today you might be less than 10% of the cars on the road are electric. But if you're going to advance it, like California says, they're going to ban fossil fuel cars in California. Of course, ironically, the governor, days after he said he's going to ban fossil fuel cars, told people they cannot plug their electric car into the socket because they're about to have power outages because the grid can't handle it. Again, where does the energy come from? You don't plug that electric car into a tree. You've got to actually use baseload energy. Where does the battery come from, by the way, that you're charging? Well, we know right now the batteries are coming from China. President Biden has made it very clear. He wants to make it harder to produce in America. But he's not against the production. He's going to countries like Russia, like China, like Venezuela, like Look at the list. Are these the people we want to become dependent on? So the question is no longer, do we or do we not get oil? It's where we get it from. Now, what Republicans have said and what H.R. 1 gets us back to is why don't we get our energy from America? It's a pretty straightforward answer. President Biden said no to America, but again, begging Russia, begging Saudi Arabia, begging Venezuela. He's trying to ease sanctions on Venezuela right now to get more of their oil. Well, if it's all about carbon emissions and saving the planet, why don't we use the facts? Let's talk science for a moment. Who is the cleanest place to make things in the world? Who has the highest standards? I know some on the left wake up every day and they just want to trash America. We have the best standards in the world. If you want to make oil anywhere in the world, and again, they're not against oil. They just don't want it made in America. But look at the countries that they're begging to make more oil. Countries that emit more carbon to make the same oil. Then they put that oil on a tanker and send it to the United States. Think of the lunacy of that policy. We'd love to make it here and put it on a pipeline, which is the safest way to transport it. They don't even want you to be able to build the pipelines. We ease that in the bill so we can actually build real infrastructure in America. So if you're worried about carbon emissions, the good news for you, the Lower Energy Cost Act solves that problem because by making it America, you make it in the best place in the world. We also address critical minerals. You want to make computer chips? You want to make electric car batteries? They're going to be made somewhere in the world. Where are they going to be made? Right now, under President Biden's policies, it's almost impossible to get permits to mine for those minerals in America. So they're getting made. Problem is they're getting made in countries like China. Go look at the environmental standards of China. I know the president's energy secretary just a few days ago said that we can learn something from China on clean energy. I'm not sure if she's been traveling around America. I know she's traveling around to other countries. How could you possibly say we could learn from China? No one does it cleaner than America, but many would argue no one does it dirtier than China. Why would you want to be making our country more dependent on China? In our bill, we actually say we can make those things in America again. We have them here. Look at the plaque right above the Speaker's rostrum. Let us develop the resources of our land. Well, Mr. Speaker, we actually do fulfill that promise in this bill by letting us develop the resources in our land, not in China. They can go make stuff in China. We shouldn't be addicted to those products because President Biden shut off our ability to make things in America. These policies make nothing but common sense. And the good thing about it is you don't just get the advantages of lower carbon emissions globally by passing this bill. For families across America who are sick and tired of the lunacy and hypocrisy of the left's policies, it lowers costs for families. There's only one free market country in the world that has abundant resources. That's America. You look at the other countries that we become dependent on, they want a higher price. They're part of cartels like OPEC. We can make OPEC irrelevant if we make more energy in America. We've got the resources. You can go to Port Fourchon in South Louisiana, my district, and see areas where we can produce hundreds of thousands of barrels a day that are being closed off, that are being almost impossible for them to get permits. They can't even move pipelines. Go to Pennsylvania where they can produce oil and natural gas, but they can't even get it to their neighbors in New York and the New England states because they're abusing federal laws and all of these different agencies to stop the building of the infrastructure for pipelines. And their argument is that they don't want oil and natural gas. Well, they're getting the oil and natural gas. They're just getting it from other countries, from tankers coming into New England states instead of pipelines made in America. None of this makes any sense. There's an answer. The answer is, let's stand up for those families who are sick and tired of paying more when they know we've got the ability here to do it ourselves. We can become energy independent again. It's a national security issue, but it's a bread and butter kitchen table issue for those families who are struggling. Stop being dependent on foreign countries like President Biden's made us. Let's get back to the sound principles that have been proven to work. And again, in the cleanest place to make things in the world, the United States of America. Let's stand up for those families who are sick and tired of paying too much. Let's actually get good policy put into law that fights for those families who have been left behind for far too long. Let's pass the Lower Energy Costs Act. Let's get this country back on track, and let's lower prices for those families who are struggling. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 1118-30, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 20 by Mr. Waterman of Arkansas. Amendment number 25 by Ms. Leger Fernandez of New Mexico. Amendment number 26 by Mr. Levin of California. Amendment number 31 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 34 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 35 by Mr. Smith of New Jersey. Amendment number 36 by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 111830, offered by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 407, the nays are 26. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report 11830, offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Lejay Fernandez, on which further proceeding to postpone, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote the yeas are 323, the nays are 109. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report 11830, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Levin of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is offered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote the yeas are 205, the nays are... On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 228. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote amendment number 31, printed Part B of House Report 1118-3, offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Oakles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Oakles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, recorded votes ordered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 465, the nays are 24. The amendment is agreed to. 405 yeas, nays 24. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report 118-3, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is offered. Ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 201, the nays are 230. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business request for recorded vote on amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 1118-30, offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The ayes are. On this vote, the ayes are 244, the nays are 189. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business request for recorded vote amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-3, offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-30, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote, members.
On this vote, the ayes are 220, the nays are 213. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chairwoman.
All right, Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 1 and pursuant to House Resolution 260. Report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration a bill House H.R. 1 and pursuant to House Resolution 260. Reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with a sundry further amendments adopted in Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered and a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported in the Committee of the Whole. If not, the Chair will put them in gross. The question is on adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to lower energy costs by increasing American energy production, exports, infrastructure, and critical minerals processing by promoting transparency, accountability, permitting, and production of American resources, and by improving water quality, certification, and energy projects, and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. This House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Porter of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered and the motion to recommit. The questions on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit. Will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the passage of the bill if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 207 and the nays are 222. Good. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 222. The motion is not adopted. The House will be in order. Shh. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I would request
For what
the ayes and
purpose
nays.
is the gentleman from Arizona?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that I would request the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 225 and the nays are 204. The bill H.R. 1 is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections on the engrossment of H.R. 1 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 2 p.m. on next Monday.
Without objection. Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 30th, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Friday, March 31st, 2023 through Sunday, April 16th, 2023 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair announces a speaker appointment pursuant to Section 104C of Title I, Division T of the Consolidation Appropriations Act of 2021, Public Law 11-6-260, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following individual on the part of the House to the Smithsonian American's Women History Museum Council.
Mrs. Martha Hill of Little Rock, Arkansas.
Should I say order? Be in order. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Tennessee rise.
To be recognized for a minute, lead the Tennessee delegation and the Congress in a moment of silence for the tragedy that occurred in Nashville this past week.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Monday, the horror and the terror, the insanity of mass shootings came to our capital city, Nashville, Tennessee, and most directly Covenant Presbyterian School. 6 innocent victims passed. 3 were children: Evelyn Deekhouse, William Kinney, Hallie Scruggs, all 9 years old, all loving students, friends, brothers, sisters, parents. And 3 adults: Mike Hill, a beloved custodian of 14 years and a father and a grandfather; Catherine Kuntz, the headmaster who's been referred to as a saint; and Cynthia Peak, a substitute teacher who had a light lit whenever she appeared. For all those victims and the other victims, the classmates, the friends, the staff at Covington Presbyterian in the city of Nashville, I ask that we have a moment of silence in their memory and in their honor.
I yield back.
The chair will receive the message.
Madam Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-316, an act to repeal the authorization for use of military force against Iraq, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have our other colleagues here. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I want to join with my Massachusetts colleagues to mourn the passing of two of our former colleagues, Congressman John Olver and Congressman Brian Donnelly. John Olver, a MIT-trained chemist, dedicated his life to public service, working as an educator at the University of Massachusetts before beginning his political career. He spent 12 years in the Massachusetts legislature prior to his election to Congress. Over the course of his 22 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, John was an effective leader and a steadfast advocate for the people of Western and Central Massachusetts. His approach to policymaking was a good lesson for all. It wasn't about tweeting or texting or cable TV appearances. He lacked any malice whatsoever, and he always had the purest of intentions, focusing solely on delivering for the people he felt privileged to represent. In addition, I don't know anybody who more mastered the details of public life and complicated policy than John Olver. He was a devoted husband to his wife, Rose, of 55 years, and a loving father to their children. We send our best wishes to them at this difficult time. Madam Speaker, I'd likewise rise to honor our former colleague, Brian Donnelly, a close personal friend of mine for the years that we served together in this institution. He was a steadfast public servant, a son of Massachusetts, but perhaps more importantly, a son of Dorchester. From his days in the Boston Public Schools to the state legislature to the hearing rooms of the Ways and Means Committee, Brian lived the American dream. I will forever be grateful to him for his retirement plan that opened up a seat on the Ways and Means Committee for me, understanding that for 70 years, Massachusetts, in straight order, has had a seat on the Ways and Means Committee. He grew up in a working-class Irish-American household. He never forgot his ancestral roots in Galway, and he used his time in Congress to advocate for Irish nationals both in Ireland and in the United States. Thousands of young immigrants secured visas known as the Donnelly Visa Program, giving countless families the opportunity to live out the same American dream that he knew so well. Our thoughts and prayers are with the entire Donnelly family during this difficult time, and I appreciate, Madam Speaker, you providing us the time for a moment of silence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just read this. Okay. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to fully celebrate the life of a true Pennsylvania icon, Ira Bromm, known as Bob by all who knew and cared about him, recently passed away at the age of 98. While most of you probably didn't know Bob personally, I know you are familiar with his sweet work at the head of Just Born Incorporated. The Bethlehem Candy Maker is the force behind many beloved favorites, but they are best known, however, for Peeps. The colorful marshmallow chicks that for 3/4 of a century have brightened our Easter celebrations and our everyday. Bob was a veteran of World War II, an engineer, a talented musician, an innovator in his industry, and a man whose son, Ross Bourne, along with cousin David Schaefer, carry on Bob's legacy at Just Born. Madam Speaker, while we mourn the passing of Bob, his legacy will live on for generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. The chair will now entertain, For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute revised and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the Lower Energy Cost Act, or H.R. 1. That's a joke. Once again, the title of the Republican bill does not match the content. This bill does not save Americans one dime in energy costs. Instead, it will cost them at least $2.4 billion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. It will pollute drinking water and poison the air we breathe. It eliminates federal funds to decrease greenhouse gases, and it increases dangerous drilling on federal lands and in national parks. It was the Republican President Richard Nixon who started the Environmental Protection Agency. Back then, Republicans cared about the health and safety of the environment and Americans. Clearly, this bill shows they could care less about both. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 105th birthday of Lieutenant Colonel Bill Wheeler, which was on March 24th. Mr. Wheeler joined the U.S. Army in April of 1941 during the buildup to the U.S. involvement in World War II. He was eventually selected to be a member of the Army Air Corps, where he was commissioned as a second lieutenant. Mr. Wheeler then went on to earn his pilot's wings in 1942, 1 year after the attacks on Pearl Harbor. After serving in World War II, Lieutenant Colonel Wheeler left active duty to serve with a reserve unit at Scott Field, Illinois, but his stay was short-lived as he commissioned back into the U.S. Army Air Forces a year later. Mr. Wheeler continued to serve in the Air Force up until his retirement in 1970. Throughout his career, he flew multiple planes such as the B-47, PT-19, and AT-6. Mr. Wheeler's commitment to his country and his community serves as a testament to his character and type of American we should all strive to be. I again want to congratulate Lieutenant Colonel Bill Wheeler on his 105th birthday, and I wish him many, many more. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor some of the most powerful and outstanding women in my hometown of Central Florida during Women's History Month. These awe-inspiring women broke glass ceilings, pioneered change, fought for equal rights, and championed a better tomorrow for the people of Florida. Congresswoman Corrine Brown, who's part of the first group of black lawmakers from the state of Florida to serve in the United States House of Representatives since 1876. The first elected mayor of Orange County, Linda Chapin. Stina Duval, who serves in our community through the West Orange Chamber of Commerce, and veteran Tangia Hill-Smickle, who gave back to Central Florida in too many ways to count. A pioneer in financial technology, Sunira Madabi, and leaders who, with our beloved local sports teams, with the Orlando Magic and the Orlando City Soccer Club, Linda Landman Gonzalez and Kay Rollins. And lastly, human rights advocate Nicole Parker, Martha R., and journalists like Beth Kassab are on the front lines of fighting for the free press. Today, I honor them and thank them for all they've done for Central Florida. And I also have to say, moments of silence are incredibly important to remember those who've been taken from us, but faith without works is dead. And if we don't work to end gun violence, our children will suffer the same fate. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. March is also Kidney Cancer Awareness Month, so I rise in support of all Americans suffering from kidney disease and to highlight the importance of regular cancer screenings and learning about their risks. According to the CDC, about 37 million adults are estimated to have kidney disease. Unfortunately, kidney disease is among the 10 most common cancers in both men and women, and 1 out of 3 Americans at a heightened risk for kidney disease. I also would like to take this opportunity to honor and remember one of our former colleague and friend, Representative Jim Hagedorn of Minnesota, who tragically lost his life last year due to kidney cancer. Coincidentally, just recently, I found his letter he sent me just before he passed. As Jim used to say, please visit your doctor regularly and get those annual cancer screenings. Early detection could save your life. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise to commemorate National Nutrition Month. Madam Speaker, there are serious challenges related to hunger and food insecurity across eastern North Carolina and other parts of the country. And we need to do all we can to feed hungry kids, seniors, and our most vulnerable populations. Recently, I spent time at Windsor Elementary School in Bertie County, North Carolina, and spoke with Tawana Smallwood, the school nutritionist, who stressed the need for programs to improve nutrition and reduce hunger. Ms. Smallwood highlighted nutrition's vital role in our health and healthcare systems, noting that some families and school systems across the 1st Congressional District need help to make ends meet and rapidly increasing prices. Let me be clear, everyone deserves access to nutritious food to fuel a healthy and prosperous life, and I will work to ensure that is achievable for school districts across America. Madam Speaker, the options are clear: supporting our citizens or ignoring their health and well-being. I know where I stand, and that's with supporting the health and well-being of Eastern North Carolinians, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise and extend remarks.
Without objection.
Yesterday, the House included 2 of my amendments into H.R. 1. Both amendments are important fire prevention measures that make Northern California and rural America safer. While we can't prevent the outbreak of every fire, we can certainly take steps to reduce the likelihood and the severity of wildfire outbreaks. The first of the amendments was called the CAR Act, which will allow the Forest Service, National Park Service, and Bureau of Land Management to thin forests and manage vegetation within 300 feet of roadways on these federal lands. This amendment is in response to the 2018 Carr Fire, which happened near Redding, California, spread rapidly due to overgrown vegetation near the road on Park Service land, and even the term firenado came from that fire. The second amendment, the Clear Zones Act, allows us to easily clear unhealthy or hazardous trees within 50 feet of power lines. It's especially important as in my district, several fires in the past, most notably the devastating 2018 Camp Fire, which devoured Paradise, California, was started near power lines, in these cases either by trees falling into power lines or by equipment that is faulty. Both these amendments are prudent to fire prevention measures. They reduce the risk of fire outbreaks. They'll help keep our air and water clean, wildlife safe, and our forests green. This is good reform to help keep our forests as we would see them. I yield back.
For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to review and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today
in total opposition of H.R. 1, the Republican Polluters Over People Act that just passed a few minutes ago. Why? Because our fossil fuel-driven economy is making us sick, and H.R. 1 can literally kill us. It comes back to community. I've heard directly from constituents in my district, mayors and environmental activists who shared with me how badly they need resources and support to address increased flooding. We know that it's happening because of increased extreme weather events, and we know that it's happening worldwide. Catastrophic floods, deadly heat waves, wildfires choking us with smoke. Oil, gas, and coal is polluting our air and killing Americans every single year. We have a climate catastrophe that is hitting Black and brown communities the hardest. And instead of further subsidizing the fossil fuel industry with no protections for people, we need to tackle the man-made climate crisis with green investments that Democrats secured in the Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to extend my congratulations to the City of Florence for being awarded the 2023 Great American Main Street Award by Main Street America, an award that hasn't been given to another South Carolina city for 20 years. This is such a well-deserved recognition of the City of Florence's dedication to preserving its history and culture and maintaining a thriving community. Downtown Florence is booming with restaurants and local businesses, residential growth, and community involvement, and I'm thrilled that the city has received this national recognition of their dedicated work to create such a great place to live. I'm looking forward to seeing the continued success of the City of Florence as it is such a vital part of the PD region of our state. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield my time.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. More than a century ago, the Black community in Springfield, Illinois came under attack by a violent mob, resulting in the loss of lives and livelihoods. While the 1908 Springfield race riot demonstrates our nation's deep history of racial violence, it also gave rise to the NAACP, an organization that would lead the charge in securing civil rights for millions of Black Americans in the decades to come. Today, I'm honored to introduce bipartisan legislation with Congressman Darren LaHood to make the site of this historic event a national monument, providing long overdue recognition for our local history and its impact on our nation. I'm grateful to Senators Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth for their work on this bill in the Senate, and I look forward to working together to make this vision a reality. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible work of 3 students from my district. Evan McKinney, Aiden Green, and David Bell from Elizabeth Davis Middle School in Chester, Virginia, were recently selected as winners of C-SPAN's 2023 National Student CAM competition. This year, students addressed the theme of, if you were a newly elected member of Congress, which issue would be your first priority and why? A topic I'm particularly interested in. Evan, Aiden, and David created a documentary entitled Do the Twist, The Startling Truth About Opioid Abuse in America. Their work took an informative look into some of the root causes of the opioid crisis and its devastating impacts. Thank you, Evan, Aiden, and David, for helping shine a light on such a pervasive issue in our district and our nation. And congratulations on winning the prize out of nearly 3,000 participants. You made your school, your community, our district, and your Congresswoman proud. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today to recognize one of my favorite people and a Cincinnati radio icon, Lincoln Ware. For 50 years now, across Southwest Ohio, folks have listened to Lincoln Ware. From DJing aboard the USS Midway as a Marine to WCIN, one of the oldest black radio stations in the country, to helping the buzz get off the ground with the very famous Lincoln Ware Show, to his talk show, Cincinnati Issues on Star 64. Lincoln has made an enormous impact on our city and region. Off the airwaves, Lincoln is always out in the community, from celebrations to protests. He is there. You can even join him as part of his walking club at Winton Woods on Saturdays during the spring and summer and most of the fall. He brings humor, wisdom, and clarity to thousands of Cincinnatians every day. Thank you, Lincoln, and congratulations. I yield back.
For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today yet again to speak about gun violence in our communities. I'd like to read the words of Troy Furbrush, a survivor of last month's horrific mass shooting at Michigan State University in my home state. Troy said, quote, "Seconds after being shot clean through the lung, 2 entrance wounds and 2 exit wounds, laying in the state of shock, will never leave my mind and forever haunt me." He continued to say, "I fell to the ground from my seat and tried to act as if I were already dead. And as he panned the room with his handgun, I pled for my life and screamed, 'Please don't shoot me.' We were met face to face with pure evil. No person, Madam Speaker, or child should ever have to go through what Troy and the countless others continue to experience in our country, of being gunned down while learning, gunned down while praying, gunned down while shopping, gunned down over and over again. This is the reality of the United States of America, where gun violence is the #1 cause of death for our children. How is this acceptable? We must pass comprehensive gun reform immediately. Enough of the bloodshed.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, this week I've heard from grandfathers, I've heard from moms, I've heard from students, I even heard from my Uber driver the other night, all asking some version of the same question, which is, how can we continue to allow our children to get murdered in their schools? This week, 6 Nashville families are heartbroken. The parents of 3 9-year-olds are grieving, and they will join the families of thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of American families who have lost loved ones to gun violence. 400 American children have been gunned down this year already. It's unbelievable that it is happening in this nation. I do not accept that this is the cost of freedom in this country. Americans have said overwhelmingly that they want us to do something about it. We in Congress actually could do something about it. We can vote on the floor of this chamber for background checks and to ban assault weapons. Throwing up our hands and saying there's nothing that we can do is a dereliction of duty.
The gentleman's time has expired.
With the children of America. I yield back.
For what purposes does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as an incredibly proud San Diegan and the proud daughter of an SDSU alum to congratulate San Diego State University for making it to the Final Four for the first time in program history. After the tournament was canceled in 2020 during one of SDSU's best seasons, our dreams of a championship appearance were dashed. But this team has risen to the challenge, and this year's tournament has been electric for SDSU, defying the odds and expectations set against them. Led by Coach Brian Dutcher, they've been focused, steady, and resilient. They beat the #1 seed Alabama 71-64 in the Sweet 16. They beat Creighton 57-56 after senior Darian Trammell sank a free throw with 1.2 seconds left in the game. Out of 363 Division I men's basketball teams, SDSU has outlasted all but 3. And now they'll face off against Florida Atlantic this weekend. With more than 400,000 alumni, our entire community in all of California is behind you and rooting for you. Let's go San Diego State. I yield back.
For what purposes does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Wait. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Extreme MAGA Republican policies on education resulted in the following. A Florida principal lost his job because they wanted to teach classical artworks like Michelangelo's classic David. A school in Florida banned the movie Ruby Bridges, a Disney movie that talked about desegregation. And then you had textbooks saying Rosa Parks but not describing her race. So what's going to end up happening are that MAGA students are going to be so sheltered and unprepared for life. And when they start work or go to a four-year college or a trade school, they're going to be made fun of. They're going to be disrespected because they would have been kept ignorant. Don't keep your kids ignorant. Teach them classic works of art. Teach them about civil rights. Teach them about slavery. Teach them about desegregation. They're going to learn it anyways when they grow up. Don't shelter them. I yield back.
For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, in a Budget Committee hearing yesterday, I could not restrain my pain to raise the question of 3 little babies and 3 adults killed in Nashville with assault weapons. Does anyone know the costliness, over $200 billion of gun violence in America? I raised that in the Budget Committee because the witnesses were trying to blame any of the deficits or all of the deficits on President Biden. I believe in a balanced budget for states and cities like Houston. We can do that. But please understand that the federal government is the umbrella on a rainy day. A disaster in Mississippi, the federal government comes. A disaster in Ohio and East Palestine, the federal government comes. Raging hurricanes, the federal government comes. Raging fires. And so as a member of the Budget Committee, I can assure you we will look to the President's $6.7 trillion budget, but we'll look to also bringing down the deficit as we responsibly need to do. But I will not undermine eliminating Medicare payments for those who need it, or Social Security payments for those who need it, or education funding that the federal government does through Pell Grants, or climate change dollars, or to be able to ensure that we are the rainy day umbrella on a rainy day. The budget of the American people must respond to the American people. We will get the right budget and lift the debt ceiling. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to highlight the passage of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, which I voted for today and this chamber passed only minutes ago. Over the past 2 years, we have seen record increases in energy prices, coupled with inflation, cause countless hardships for families in my district and across the country. In fact, gas prices have risen nearly every single month of President Biden's term, long before Putin's invasion of Ukraine. That's not to mention the fact that in 2021, U.S. imports of Russian oil nearly tripled. But despite these facts, this administration has consistently opposed American energy development. Rather than restricting domestic energy and mineral production, we need to unlock American resources to provide energy security here at home and for our allies abroad. H.R. 1 allows our domestic energy industry to flourish and puts us back on the path to energy dominance by removing unnecessary complicated permitting regulations and modernizing outdated laws. Many of the problems America's energy industry faces today stem from burdensome permitting requirements, the outdated NEPA process, and endless litigation over already leased lands and projects currently in progress. H.R. 1 tackles these challenges head-on, unleashing American energy, reforming our broken permitting process, and imposing filing deadlines on litigation concerning energy and mining projects. By doing so, this bill not only helps us slash energy costs for working families, it also reduces our dependence on foreign fuel sources, which in turn benefits our environment and bolsters our national security. America continues to be one of the cleanest energy producers in the world. For example, Russian natural gas exported to Europe has a life cycle emissions profile 41% higher than U.S. liquefied natural gas exported to Europe. In fact, if the European Union switched all their natural gas imports in 2021 from Russian to U.S., it's estimated that global emissions would have been reduced by over 218 million tons. That's not to mention that the U.S. is at least 50% import reliant for 48 different mineral commodities, 24 of which come from China and 6 of which come from Russia. Our energy security is national security, and it allows our nation to deliver greater global emission reductions at substantially lower energy prices. Madam Speaker, I'm glad to say that not only will this bill benefit the people of my district at the pump and on their energy bills, but thanks to my amendment, I've guaranteed that it also protects the beautiful coastal waters that Southeast Virginians call home by ensuring the existing moratoriums on drilling off the coast of Virginia are not affected. We've worked very hard on the Natural Resources Committee to ensure this bill will directly benefit the American people. We must restore strength in our economy, and that starts with restoring America's energy independence. Republicans are leading on this issue, and it is my hope that this bill will make its way to the President's desk and be signed into law so all Americans can benefit. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the Gallaudet 11 and highlight their important yet seemingly unknown contributions during the space race. Contributions that led to invaluable scientific knowledge and eventually the successful Apollo 11 moon landing. Before NASA could send humans to space, the agency needed to better understand the effects of prolonged weightlessness on the human body. So in the late 1950s, NASA and the U.S. Naval School of Aviation Medicine established a joint research program to study these effects, and they recruited 11 deaf men from Gallaudet University. Harold Domich, Robert Greenman, Baron Gulak, Raymond Harper, Gerald Jordan, Harry Larson, David Myers, Donald Peterson, Raymond Piper, Alvin Steele, and John Zakutny. All but one of these men had lost their hearing early in their lives due to spinal meningitis, which damaged the vestibular system of their inner ear in a way that made them immune to motion sickness. Now known as the Gallaudet 11, these men underwent extensive testing over the course of 10 years, pushing their bodies to the limits to advance our space program. These testing and experiments included living 12 days straight inside a 20-foot slow rotation room, which remained in a constant motion of 10 revolutions per minute, a 200-mile journey on the choppy seas off the coast of Nova Scotia, and a series of zero-G flights in the notorious Vomit Comet aircraft. The decades' worth of experimentation gave researchers critical insight into how the body's sensory system works when gravitational cues from the inner ear aren't available, as in the case of spaceflight. This insight helped give researchers the information they needed to safely send other men to space. We cannot ignore that the space race played a significant part in the Cold War. The Americans and Soviets competed to prove their technological and intellectual superiority by becoming the first nation to put a human into space. When we landed on the moon, our astronauts were seen as the ultimate American heroes, a distinction they would not have enjoyed without the contributions of the Gallaudet 11. The service of these 11 men to the United States embodies a legacy of bravery, dedication, and love of country. Madam Speaker, please join me in expressing gratitude to the Gallaudet 11 for their honorable service to our nation. I hope that by highlighting the critical contributions of these unsung heroes, that I have helped ignite an effort to provide them with the recognition and credit that they are due. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address my grave concerns with the recent closure of 4 Navy dry docks that are responsible for maintaining our Navy fleet and sustaining our naval sea power and maritime strength. Approximately 7 weeks ago, the U.S. Navy closed 3 dry docks at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard in Bremerton and another at the nearby Trident Refit facility in Bangor, Washington. One of these dry docks that was closed was the only dry dock on the West Coast certified to repair a nuclear aircraft carrier. Without this vital infrastructure in place, our aircraft carriers in the Pacific are left completely vulnerable. We are now left with 1 dry dock on the East Coast that has the capacity to repair an aircraft carrier. Combined, these shipyards used to have 22 dry docks, but now with 4 of them out of commission, we are down to 18 and have lost 22% of our critical naval support infrastructure. We are now left with 1 dry dock on the East Coast that has the capacity to repair an aircraft carrier. As a result of significant divestment in the 1990s, our nation has only 4 public shipyards: Puget Sound and Pearl Harbor on the West Coast, and Norfolk and Portsmouth on the East Coast. As you can see here in this graph, the U.S. now has the fewest public shipyards than any other time since the end of World War II. Additionally, we now have 36% of the Navy's attack submarine fleet either in or waiting for maintenance. This backlog is due to a multitude of factors, including workforce challenges, but having fewer shipyards and dry docks is a significant part of the problem. This problem impacts the readiness of our submarines and aircraft carriers and our entire Navy fleet, the men and women who crew them, the defense industrial base, and our national defense as a whole. Without the basic infrastructure needed to support our Navy, how can we possibly provide adequate defense capabilities if called upon to engage with our adversaries? If we were to engage in conflict with a near-peer adversary such as China, we need to have infrastructure at the ready to repair damaged vessels in a timely manner and return them to their area of operation. Increasing our maritime industrial base, including dry docks, is absolutely critical for our Navy to be able to effectively defend the United States and must be prioritized in our national defense budget. I came to Congress to restore American strength. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the House Armed Services Committee from both sides of the aisle to ensure that we support and invest in our public shipyards in order to protect and defend our great nation. Madam Speaker, I yield back to the chair, and I ask that the gentleman from California be permitted to control the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for the remainder of the 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my fellow naval aviator from Virginia for this precious time. Madam Speaker, today I rise as a former naval officer who is concerned for our enlisted troops, and particularly our junior enlisted troops within the Department of Defense, the soldiers, the sailors, the airmen, the Marines, the Space Guardians. As a massive government rolls forward, spending more and more and gathering more and more debt, our enlisted troops continue to do the tough work of providing Americans their security blanket. Just last night, we had 9 Army soldiers killed in a tragic training accident in a Black Hawk helicopter outside of in Kentucky. Such great sacrifices on a daily basis, and our enlisted folks are doing this work for almost no compensation. As I reflect on just how little our junior enlisted ranks earn,
I'm left begging the question, Madam Speaker, who is providing them with their security? What lobbyist group is advocating for junior enlisted personnel who, when they first join the military, are making about $23,000 a year? Madam Speaker, I know you're familiar with this, having served your country, but this is a pay table from the DoD for FY23 showing what our enlisted troops make, and you can see when they first join, they're actually making less than $21,000 a year, and it's not until they're actually above an E3 with E4 rank over 4 years, 5 years, that they're actually above what we would consider minimum wage of $15 an hour or $32,000 a year. It's about $11 per hour what they're being paid right now for what would be a normal 40-hour work week. And in California, fast food workers start at $22 an hour. And oh, by the way, our troops, they're not usually working 40-hour work weeks. As you know, they're working 60 to 80 hours per week, especially if they're on deployment. And so I ask our fellow Americans and legislators to let that sink in. Let it sink in that the starting wage of a McDonald's worker is twice that of the starting wage of our junior enlisted troops. The McDonald's worker, however, doesn't get his hair shaved. He doesn't have some of his rights and freedoms taken away. The McDonald's worker doesn't go on deployments for 6 to 12 months at a time, and he doesn't put his life on the line for his beautiful country during both peacetime and training operations. And 22 McDonald's workers a day don't take their own lives by suicide each day. $11 per hour. That's what we pay our troops. A third of our troops, Madam Speaker, qualify for food stamps, and even China is paying their enlisted more than we are. So, Madam Speaker, who's making sure that our enlisted troops are getting the resources that they need to provide for their family? Not just the financial resources, but food, safe housing, daycare, schools for their children, and jobs for their spouses. The DoD officers, they have an organization called MOAA, or the Military Officers Association of America. The Pentagon has their top brass that come to the Hill and testify, asking to make sure that they get all the weapons they require to maintain the pointy edge of the spear. But the sad fact remains that the junior enlisted of our military remain largely unrepresented and without a champion. And we wonder why we suffer from record low recruitment, record low retention. Today's retention problem is tomorrow's recruiting crisis. And pay and quality of life are the biggest drivers right now in our challenges to retention. And members of Congress, I've seen it for several years from both sides of the aisle, have stood at these very podiums, thumping their chests, talking about the 3 to 5% pay raises, and they're taking care of our troops. They say, we're taking care of our troops. These are record high pay raises, they say. And I guarantee you that's going to happen again over the next several months. We're taking care of our troops. We're giving them record high pay. And it's a bunch of crap. Because in the midst of 7 to 8% inflation, and when your base pay is only $22,000 a year, a 5% increase is only about $90 a month. And that's easily swallowed up in your first trip to the gas station. So politicians can thump their chest and try to make themselves feel better about themselves, but don't stand here and tell us that you're taking care of the troops, because for far too long the welfare of our enlisted troops has gone without a shepherd in Congress, and without leadership in the Pentagon, and without a true champion. There's been freebie talking points that are easy to see, but they're being masked by anemic and hollow actions from flag officers and politicians the same. And that ends now, Madam Speaker. Last year, my military spouse bill passed both chambers of Congress and was signed into law by the President in January. And I'm grateful for that. It helped about 140,000 active duty families. This law requires all 50 states to recognize the professional licenses of active duty spouses. If they're a nurse, a teacher, real estate agent, cosmetologist, their licenses are now recognized across state lines when our active duty families get orders to a new state. And to our troops and their spouses throughout the nation, if you're currently having any pushback from credential boards or licensing boards in your state, wherever you're stationed, and they're not recognizing your license and you're the spouse of an active duty member, please call my office, work with your commanding officer, but call my office and we will help you to make sure that your rights are adhered to and honored, and that your license is honored as well. This is the law of the land, and you have rights now in this regard. Madam Speaker, I'm proud of that achievement from last session, but this session has to be focused on base pay, especially for our junior enlisted. I've introduced a bill that ensures that the DoD minimum base pay salary is $31,200. This figure gets an E1 up to parity with every other industry in the nation, where $15 per hour is the generally accepted minimum wage. This $31,200, it represents about a 50% increase to base pay for enlisted personnel. And while that may sound high, we have to remember how low the starting point is. And this will save us money by needing fewer recruitment bonuses and fewer retention bonuses after they join the military. Our nation's most precious asset, our most potent weapon, is our troops, the active duty men and women in uniform, and specifically the workhorses of our DoD forces, the enlisted personnel. We can have stealth bombers, nuclear submarines, intercontinental ballistic missiles, sexy fighter jets, hypersonic weapons, and the most advanced satellites up in space. But on our current recruitment and retention trajectory, we will still lose a war against a peer threat like China. And we will still lose a two-front war against near-peer adversaries. And with the most lethal arsenal in the world, we are still not secure unless we take care of our troops. And I will not stand at this podium or any other and feign support for big bills that provide small support for our troops. I won't do it. Our military, it begs for inspiration and for a mission. It craves leadership, and it thrives on patriotism. Our enlisted troops, they will literally climb mountains, they will move mountains, and they will give their life in defense of our way of life. But they won't complain about their pay because they are noble warriors, they are humble warriors. And as a nation, we must reestablish our dominance on the global stage, a position, frankly, that we lost in the wake of the Afghanistan debacle. The gap between our troops and their civilian counterparts right now is at an all-time high. All the while, China has closed the gap against the United States in several domains. We need some wins under our belt when it comes to national security and readiness and taking care of our troops. And the men and women in fancy suits in this chamber and in the chamber just 600 feet north of here, they need to do the right thing for our troops wearing the military uniforms, not in 5 years, not in 1 year, but this year. And the Commander-in-Chief, just 1.6 miles to the west, should support us in this endeavor, and I'm willing to provide him the tools necessary to do it myself if needed. But $31,000 is a doable due for base pay for our enlisted, and it's necessary. It's imperative that as we craft the National Defense Authorization Act, or the NDAA, and also write the defense appropriation bills, a committee that I sit on, that we are adequately addressing the pay and the welfare of our troops, and that we do so very soon, this year. I commit to our enlisted personnel that I will remain your champion in Congress until we get this right. Your nation has forgotten you and neglected you for too long, and that ends this year. God bless our troops, and with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise, and I rise as a proud descendant of the enslaved people who constructed the foundation upon which the greatness of America resides. They are the foundational mothers and fathers of this country. Today I rise, Madam Speaker, because I was accorded the preeminent privilege of speaking at the Georgetown University Law Center. And I was accorded this opportunity to talk about the conscious agenda. In so doing, we, my staff and I, did some research on Georgetown University, and we discovered some things that I'll share with you today. But first, I do want to thank the persons who made it possible for me to have this opportunity to speak today at Georgetown. I'd like to thank Juan Thomas, the chair of the ABA section of the Civil Rights and Social Justice entity. This is an entity that is associated with the American Bar Association, and they were hosting this event today. I'd like to thank Dean Trenner. He is the Executive Vice President of Georgetown University Law Center. I'd like to thank Professor of Law Elderman. He is a person who has, quite frankly, helped to set a course of conduct that has made a difference in the lives of many people at the institution. So today, Madam Speaker, I, having had this opportunity to visit Georgetown, would like to commend the university for what it has done, and I'd like to do so for things that persons ordinarily might not assume one would stand before the Congress, the country, if you will, and give such a commendation. I'm honored to do this because I think Georgetown University is the supreme, superb example of what an institution should do that has had some association with the institution of slavery. I think that Georgetown University is a university that has set an example for the country, indeed for the United States of America itself, in terms of how we should respond to questions related to our association with the institution of slavery. So today, I want to honor Georgetown University, founded in 1789 by John Carroll, who was later appointed Archbishop of Baltimore in 1808. But I honor this institution today because it took affirmative action to correct its association with the institution of slavery. In 1838, 272 enslaved persons, worth about $3.3 million in today's dollars, were sold in part to help pay off the school's debt. Obviously, this was not something that I would in any way celebrate. It is something that I find horrific. So the question becomes, how has Georgetown University responded since this occurrence? Well, in September 2015, Georgetown University formed a working group on slavery. Slavery, memory, and reconciliation to explore this history that it has associated with slavery. In 2016, Georgetown created a Department of African American Studies and set plans to establish an institute for the study of racial justice. Now, these two things alone are significant. The notion that a working group would be established for reconciliation, to explore it, and to explore the memory, to understand what slavery was all about as it relates to this institution. This working group has done an outstanding job. But I also have to acknowledge the fact that the African American Studies program, this was something that would give young people the opportunity to better understand more than what happened at Georgetown. It gives them an opportunity to understand what happened to Africans in the Americas. Too often, this type of history is overlooked, and today there are many who would erase this history. Significant work at the Georgetown Slavery Archive has been done. And in 2017, Georgetown offered an apology. An apology. It was not an apology without something more, not just we're sorry it happened and please have a nice day. It was an apology, and they held a liturgy of remembrance, contrition, and hope. It was a sincere apology. It was an apology that would lead to other things. The apology wasn't the end. It was the genesis of more things that would be done. And in 2017, Georgetown dedicated 2 campus buildings to members of the descendant community. The descendant community would be descendants of slavery. Dedicated 2 campus buildings to members of the descendant community. It didn't stop there. Georgetown went on in 2018 at the request of descendant leaders. Georgetown, the Jesuits, and descendants began truth and reconciliation work with the Catalog Foundation. This is the kind of work that has to be done so that we can get to the truth about what happened, so that we can have the transparency necessary to understand the history associated with slavery. It is not pleasant, but it has to be done. Has to be done because if we don't do it, we allow ourselves to be vulnerable to these things being repeated. So let's study this history. And in 2019, Georgetown established a reconciliation fund that awards $400,000 annually for community-based projects within descendant communities. $400,000 annually. Georgetown did not simply give an apology with nothing more than we're sorry. Georgetown has taken upon itself to atone for what occurred and has done so by having a truth and reconciliation committee, worked with the Catalog Foundation, went on to establish a reconciliation fund that awards $400,000 annually for community-based projects within descendant communities. I think that Georgetown merits a special thank you, and I, as a member of Congress, intend to have a flag flown over the Capitol of the United States of America to be presented to Georgetown University for the way they have demonstrated that we can deal with the issue of slavery, demonstrated how to do this. They have been an exemplar of how to do it and how to do it with a degree of credibility such that someone would come to the Congress of the United States of America, stand here and pay tribute to what they have done to commemorate the lives of those who helped create the great America that we live in today. They were the foundational mothers and fathers of this country. They were the persons who labored, they planted the grains, harvested the crops, they constructed roads and bridges. The Capitol itself has benefited from their labor. This very facility that we're in has benefited from their labor. The Washington Monument benefited from their labor. The White House benefited from their labor. Their labor has made a difference. And I would have the country, the United States itself, follow the example of Georgetown University. Follow the example. Let's have the Truth and Justice Commission. We need it, that the truth has to be told. And let's have the study for reparations. There ought to be some compensation for centuries of unpaid labor, labor without recompense, labor without compensation. There ought to be some atonement by the government of the United States of America. Georgetown University is the exemplar. We should follow this example, and we should move expeditiously to correct, to the extent that it can be corrected, the injustice that was imposed upon human beings of African ancestry. I believe that we who have the opportunity to stand in the well of the House of Representatives, who can vote on questions of war and peace, who can vote to fund various projects around this country, we ought to establish a Department of Reconciliation. We ought to establish a Department of Reconciliation such that we will have a systemic and systematic methodology by which this problem, this egregious concern can be addressed. And it cannot be addressed in the term of any one president. It will take years, perhaps decades, to address the invidious discrimination that we have suffered in this country. But it can be done. We but have to have the will to do it. A Department of Reconciliation with a Secretary of Reconciliation. A Department of Reconciliation with a secretary and undersecretaries and a budget that is indexed to the Department of Defense such that it will always be funded, because we will always fund the Department of Defense. And if we do this, we can give this country and the world a sense of our wanting to atone for this 240 years of slavery that this country suffered, that people suffered, and in so doing laid the foundation for America's greatness. They are the foundational mothers and fathers of this country. So to Georgetown University, I thank you for what you have done. And I pray that this country will follow your example. Follow the example. Let's have the necessary commissions so that we can get to the truth. Let's study the issue so that we can understand what recompense should consist of. And then let's make sure that this is all done by and through a Department of Reconciliation. I would close with this. Reconciliation cannot be limited to African Americans. Some things bear repeating. Reconciliation cannot be limited to African Americans. There are others who have suffered invidious discrimination, and they too have to have reasonable redress for the suffering. We have to address the trail of tears, how people were uprooted from their homes, forced to migrate across the country. Many died along the way. There has to be some recompense for the trail of tears. We have to consider what happened to others who were a part of this country when the persons from Europe arrived, how they were treated. All of this can be dealt with through a Department of Reconciliation. The persons who came here and constructed the railroads, the persons who were placed in these camps so as to, in theory, protect the country from persons during a time of war. These camps should never have been imposed upon people. We have to, at some point, give redress. This is what a Department of Reconciliation can do. This is a great country, but the greatness of America has not been achieved until America provides a means for us to have reasonable redress for the invidious discrimination that was imposed upon people who meant us no harm, did us no harm, suffered, and in their suffering, America became the great country it is because they laid the foundation for America's greatness. They are the foundational mothers and fathers of this country. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. you those.
So it's just going to be the chair lays before the House.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 27, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of the Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to revised definition of waters of the United States.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to, now as we wrap up this week in Congress, I'd like to address some issues that I feel have not been discussed as much as they should be in the chamber this week, and look forward to the issues being highlighted when we return from our break 10 days from now. First of all, I'd like to discuss the very concerning memos coming out of the Richmond office of the FBI. The FBI has kind of embarrassed us over the last year in that there are areas which I would consider more political in nature, but the FBI, perhaps like their counterparts in China or Russia, seem to go after people for what they think more than what they do. And we found out in the last month that they have decided to equate traditional Catholics with groups that ought to be monitored so that they don't do anything too untoward. In their memo, they implied that perhaps traditional Catholics, without evidence that I know, may be opponents to affirmative action, like the majority of Americans. They may not be all on board with the LGBTQ agenda. They may not be thrilled with President Biden's immigration policy. And horror of horrors, they might like to attend a service with Latin Mass. The idea that these conservative Catholics, and I am not Catholic personally, but I have friends who I think would consider themselves conservative Catholics. The idea that they would consider conservative Catholic in line with being an enemy of the state is incredibly scary. I mean, I know traditional Catholics will not do very well in communist China today, and that is perhaps not surprising. It's one of the reasons why we worry about what goes on in China. But it is very scary that this administration would be targeting conservative Catholics for additional monitoring. And it's something that we should be very mindful of. It's something we should insist end. They have said that they are revoking the memo, which is nice. But when you just say that we're getting rid of the memo because it doesn't meet our exacting standards, it implies that you're getting rid of the memo because it's true. And you feel bad that your true feelings about conservative Catholics have now been made public. I have not seen any press release from the FBI, and I hope to see it, in which people are removed from the FBI, say, we don't want you there anymore. If you view your job as not one in which we're going to track down people who are counterfeiting or tracking down people who are selling fentanyl to the state, but instead are going to spend your resources monitoring conservative Catholics, that is of great concern. And make my word, like I said, I personally am not Catholic, but I will tell you, after seeing that memo from the FBI, if I was a member of an Assembly of God church, a Wisconsin Lutheran Synod church, most Baptist churches, evangelical churches, Orthodox Jewish, I would be scared at where our country is going. And I insist that the FBI open up their files and tell us exactly who drafted these repugnant memos and whose idea was it, out of Washington, out of Richmond, who knows, that the FBI should be involved in targeting conservative Catholics. And I hope that the rest of the people of this body, including my leadership team, talks about it every day we get back until we get a better explanation from the FBI exactly what was going on and who in particular were the employees of the FBI who thought it was a good idea to monitor conservative Catholics, of which apparently one piece of evidence is attending Latin Mass. Now, I think we should also have a look at a story that began about 2 years ago, but it's kind of where we can kind of follow it along and see the degree to which President Biden and his administration are following demands made of them about 2 years ago. About 2 years ago, when the Senate was 50-50 with a Democrat vice president, U.S. Senators Tammy Duckworth and Mazie Hirono said that they were tired of confirming any white men appointed by President Biden. That's kind of a scary thing. Actually, they said it would be okay with confirming white men if they were gay. After 2 years were up, a legal journal did a study and found out that 2 years into the Biden administration, only 5 out of 97 judges were white men. We were able to determine that 1 of the 5 was gay. We don't know about the others. I think that's a little bit scary. I think if you're going to take the legal community collectively, remembering that you don't really appoint people to the federal judiciary when they're 26 years old. So when we look at maybe the legal community of people age 95 and up and said we were going to try to find the best judges we can, I would think more than 5 out of 97 judges would be white men who are not gay. But that's what we have, actually probably less than 5, 4 or 3, whatever. But I think it's something for the media to pick up on and ask some more questions here. You know, does the Biden administration really feel that only 5 of 97 judicial openings would be best filled with a white man? I would be asking questions since apparently Senators Duckworth and Senators Hirono felt it was important to give preference to gay men over straight men. I would ask how many of the 5 few white men were appointed were gay and how many were straight. I think that's something that the media was on the board. They would be asking that question. We do know that there are strong elements on the left that don't like traditional families. You know, we know the close ties between the Democrat Party and Black Lives Matter and how early on Black Lives Matter said they don't like Western prescribed traditional families. I always object to the way Black Lives Matter say that because I think we have traditional families with a mom and dad at home through all sorts of different backgrounds. It's not just in Western Europe, but they themselves describe it as Western prescribed traditional families. So I hope that beyond this rather obscure legal journal, we would have a little more investigation by the press and perhaps investigation by some of the relevant committees. Are we continuing down the path of apparently actively discriminating against white heterosexual men? I mean, that's clearly what these 2 senators wanted, and I think it's very concerning that they're getting exactly what they wanted. It's like the Biden administration is just following their tune. So hopefully we will see more articles about this in the paper over the next couple weeks. And hopefully, if I do not get what I want here, hopefully Republican leadership will weigh in and force the Biden administration to comment on this issue and the backgrounds of some of their appointees. Given the obsession or the apparent view of the world. The Biden administration does view people as just representative of where their ancestors lived, 200 years ago. And I don't view it that way. I think most Americans view people as individuals. And if you ask, what do you think about John, or what do you think about Mary, or what do you think about Peter, you talk about their views on things. Maybe you talk about their upbringing or where they grew up, but you don't say the most important thing about that person is whether your ancestors are from Spain or England or India or wherever. Unfortunately, the Biden administration basically seems to throw away the rest of the resume and focus primarily on ethnic background. And that's unfortunate. One way we can see it is in their proposed budget, they seem to put diversity police in all of their different agencies. And it's something that's growing more and more in our universities as well. Some of these diversity police are making $200,000 a year, which is something that scares me in its own right, because if you make $200,000 a year, a lot of people say anything. And if your $200,000 a year job depends on the rather warped idea that we should hire or fire or promote people based on where their great-great-grandparents are from, these people are going to be running around the country telling businesses, telling students that when you meet somebody, the most important thing is their ethnic background. We have seen the result of having these people running around the university and the obsession with this view of the world. So we did have a hearing this week looking at universities, and we'll talk about universities again in a second. But there are a lot of universities who complain that tuition is too high, who purport to care about the high student loan debt out there, who have no problem hiring people for $150,000, $200,000 a year to preach to children that they ought to walk around with a chip on their shoulder because of their background, despite the fact that clearly people are coming from all around the world and succeeding in America. I mean, it's kind of a defeatist thing to tell people that they're going to discriminate against them based on ethnic background. I've talked before about people from all around the world show up at a swearing-in ceremony where people become American, and look at all the people who are hitting the ground running from all around the globe. I mean, I always talk about in my own district, we have a huge Hmong population. I look at how successful they are, how hardworking, how they're living the American dream. And then you hear about these people making $200,000 a year at our universities and our university campuses, to tell people they ought to walk around with their chip on their shoulder and saying what a horrible country America is. In any event, I hope all alumni around the country pay attention to what is going on in their alma mater and make sure they are not wasting the students' precious tuition dollars on hiring these people. Now, we have seen the result of these people recently, or this intolerance that they promote, in two separate universities. We're all familiar with what happened at Stanford University. A judge showed up there carrying ideas that, if not a majority, close to a majority of Americans hold. They weren't big on transgenders going into the other person's bathroom and what have you. But they whipped up almost a physical confrontation at Stanford, which, when I get online, is supposed to be the second best law school in the country, at least according to somebody. And these potential lawyers, and if they come from Stanford, they're going to wind up becoming federal judges, very important jobs. They are shouting down people with views on transgenders different than the population as a whole. I don't know how these people are going to get back to home base and become productive lawyers, much less productive judges or productive bureaucrats in the future. We did have a hearing on this the other day, but we think we should have more hearings, specifically what's going on with Stanford. We found similar intolerance of First Amendment free speech at Georgetown, another supposedly good law school. We had a student step forward, William Spruance, talk about what happened to him when he questioned the guidelines with regard to masks. I mean, you get on the internet and there are all sorts of people who say different things about masks, different things about vaccines. But apparently, because he stepped outside the orthodoxy at Georgetown Law School, he was threatened. He had to undergo a psychological evaluation. Doesn't that sound like something from the Soviet Union? We disagree with the state, so you have to see a psychiatrist because you must be mentally ill if you don't understand what a great guy Joseph Stalin is. Sounds like that's what we have going on here at Georgetown. Send somebody for a psychiatric evaluation if he doesn't agree with the conventional view on how to deal with COVID. I hope that there is widespread outrage. We like to think people who graduate from college are taught to be open-minded and look at different views on things. But instead, apparently, come out of Georgetown, you're taught everybody must fall in line with the state or fall in line with the leadership of the law school. And if you don't, we will weigh in. And despite the fact that you may have spent 2 or 3 years of money and time going to the law school, we're going to do what we can to make sure you don't become a member of the Bar Association. You're not be able to use that degree. Because far more important than your grades or what you know is going on in school is that you know that once you become a lawyer, you wind up being obedient to the state. And it should be of great concern to the Bar Association across the board. I think the American Bar Association ought to look at what's going on both in Stanford and Georgetown, which I think maybe because of what they were 20 or 30 years ago, still have a good reputation, and I'm sure they'll still, sucker some kids into going there. But what's going on at the intolerance of both of these law schools is something that should be looked at, and I hope perhaps individual bar associations around the country also want to monitor as to what we can make of the intolerance in both of these law schools. My final comment as far as what's going on this week is something I've talked about in the past and want to talk about one more time, and that's what's going on in Ukraine. My major concern with the Biden administration is I don't think they are trying to end this war. I mean, we are where we are, but the longer the war goes on, the closer the alliance between Russia and China goes. In the relatively recent background, we had, 1,000 McDonald's in Russia. I know people in my personal life who had jobs in Russia. We had Russians coming here doing jobs on our farms. We had come here with special visas where the college-age kids from Russia were working in the vacation industry. But obviously right now, relationships falling. With regard to China, over time, relationships are getting worse and worse, which is a dangerous thing. We've had peace with China for well over 60 years. I don't know why we can't do another 60 years, but President Biden is not making, I believe, an effort to wrap up this war, and it shouldn't be that difficult. Ukraine has the second lowest birth rate of any country in the world. If there's any country that doesn't want to lose some of its young people, it ought to be Ukraine. Nobody can tell me that Vladimir Putin thought when he entered Ukraine the war would be going on this long. It's another country with a low birth rate. It's a country that's losing people as they emigrate to other countries. Both Ukraine and Russia should have motive to end this war, and eventually it will end. But the sooner it will end, the better. And I am afraid the Biden administration seems satisfied to just sit there, let things go on. Every day more young Russians, more young Ukrainians die. And not only is that a tragedy in its own right, but every day that this war goes on, it's going to be that much harder to reach a peace. So I strongly wish that President Biden would use this interlude before we try to put more billions of dollars on Ukraine, that he would, if the United States can't do it, and I can understand why we can't broker a peace because we don't look like we're neutral in this fight, but beg the Turks or the Israelis or the French or somebody who has more standing to step in and see if we cannot find an end to this war before it becomes much more catastrophic, before maybe the United States becomes involved, before Russia decides to shoot something at Western Europe, use its submarines off of American shores. So I strongly hope that the press, when they get a chance to interview President Biden, ask him, what are you doing, or do you feel it would be good for this war to end? Or are you just going to throw up your hands and pretend like you're an innocent bystander, and if the war goes on another 4 or 5 years, it's all fine by President Biden? Well, there we have 4 issues that I don't think we had enough attention paid to them during the course of the week. I hope the press corps gives them some attention during the next week when we're back in our districts, and I hope our leadership brings more attention to them when we return from our districts. Is it 10? I think 11 days from now. So thank you very much. And we yield. We have. Oh, okay. There is. We'll go for one more topic right now. While my good friend returns from his office. There is an effort made right now in America with regard to school lunches to shift from milk to sugary drinks. And this is something else we don't pay a lot of attention to, but a lot of children get a lot of their food from school lunch. And I would be hard-pressed to find anybody who would say that we are better having kids drink sugary, gooey drinks than wholesome milk. Milk has been around since the Bible, right? Israel, a land of milk and honey. But apparently there is an anti-milk feeling out there. I do know that gooey, sugary drinks are sold by big corporations that are very active in all segments here in Washington. But I hope that this is something else the press will pick up on. I mean, just because little children can't vote doesn't mean that this ought to be a banner headline at least once a month as to whether the next generation of children is raised on gooey, sugary drinks or wholesome 100% milk, which has been such a big part of the diet of Americans since our founding. And we hope that our bureaucracy holds the line and does good research into the good and the bad of sugary drinks, as well as the nutritious value of 1% whole milk. And again, if any members of the press or the chair wants to look into this, I think it will be very important, because the health, and we have spiraling out of control healthcare costs in this country, the health of the next generation is largely going to be determined, or to a large degree be determined, what is going on with the youngest children. We are at a precarious time in our country in which the drug companies want to begin prescribing en masse anti-obesity drugs to little children. I heard this week that parents are being told that sometimes their children as young as 8 or 9 are going to begin to be prescribed anti-obesity drugs. Now, I can understand why that's a gold mine for the drug companies. I mean, we are such an over-drug company already, and if they can make a little more pudgy our young people, the idea that that they would have to take anti-obesity drugs for the next 70 years of their life. I mean, the eyes of some of these pharmaceutical executives must just brighten up at the idea that that is going to become the norm of America. But I would suggest we step back for a second, analyze what is healthier and what is less likely to make you obese, and encourage healthy foods. I think we were also talking here with regard to the WIC program. I hope we weigh in both on the WIC and the food stamps and the school lunch programs, all with more nutritious foods. And if we get back more to the nutritious foods that the average American was eating 60 years ago, we won't have to worry about giving all the young children anti-obesity drugs, because people of my generation lived a whole life without them. And I can understand, it might be more profitable for some people to have a lot of obese kids, but we don't need that. It's bad for them. And I hope the press really monitors what's going on as we try to step away from whole milk and other what I'll call natural foods, and instead push our way towards sugary processed food, which I think is one of the reasons why Americans' children right now are so much heavier than they were when I was a child. So we look forward to that situation. Now, I will yield right now. I believe I hear my good friend from Texas making his way here. So I will yield the remainder of my time to, we'll yield back to the chair, and
the gentleman yields back, and under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from Wisconsin for holding the floor down here with, I'm quite confident, riveting expositions on any number of great things, because my friend from Wisconsin is a great American. I would say that I think it's really important, and I do appreciate the gentleman, that we recognize the situation that this country currently faces with respect to our border crisis. It is so beyond understanding that the so-called greatest country in the history of the world could allow an environment in which, as we speak here on the floor, a little girl is getting sold into the sex trafficking trade in Houston or San Antonio in a stash house. Or as happened last summer, 53 migrants died in a tractor trailer cooked in the Texas summer heat. Or 40 migrants who burned up in Juarez just this past week. All almost a direct consequence of the chosen policies of this administration. That's the simple truth. We have a free will as the greatest country in the history of the world, the strongest country in the history of the world. And we have to use that free will and make choices. Are we going to be a sovereign nation that secures its borders, ensures safe passage and avenues for people around the world to come to this country? Or are we going to allow cartels to maintain operational control of our border? Are we going to allow cartels to use human beings as profit centers, no matter what it means for them and their well-being? Are we going to allow China to exploit our borders and run fentanyl into our communities and kill Americans? Or are we going to do our job and secure the border of the United States? That's the question before us as members of the House of Representatives. And my message to my colleagues on this side of the aisle is when you campaign on securing the border and you're given control of the House of Representatives, you have an obligation to actually secure the border. And to my colleagues who run around using rhetoric about what is or is not Christian-like, I will say it is inherently unchristian to allow migrants to die and call that compassion. It is inherently unchristian to allow Americans to die from fentanyl poisoning and say that it is unchristian to say that we should secure the border. It is inherently unchristian for us to turn our backs on the responsibility of being a sovereign nation that defends the rule of law, to be the beacon of hope for people around the world to want to come here in the first place. This country has done more for more people around the world than any other nation in history. And yes, our history is about opening our arms and allowing millions from around the globe to seek freedom and opportunity here, and must continue to be. But that must be built on the rule of law. If we do not maintain the rule of law, then we forsake the very thing that attracts people from around the world. People come here from Venezuela, they come here from Cuba because of the rule of law. The rule of law is supposed to matter. And for people to hide behind asylum claims and hide behind exploitations of our law, to flood our border such that we no longer have control of it, such that then the law becomes meaningless, turns the rule of law on its head, and means we will not be able to be the place of refuge for the people around the world who need it. And more than that, we should be exporting the rule of law. We should be improving conditions in the Western Hemisphere and around the world rather than importing lawlessness and importing fentanyl and killing our own people and undermining the lives of migrants. On March 13th, a human smuggler transporting 11 illegal aliens in Ozona, Texas, was being chased by law enforcement, and during the chase, the smuggler crashed into another vehicle, killing the other occupants, including a 7-year-old girl, her grandmother. The victims' names are Maria Alvarez and her granddaughter Amelia Tambunga. 2 migrants perished from the crash. That's one example of hundreds I could give. Run into the ranchers who find dead migrants on their South Texas ranches. 1,000 migrants have died along the southwest border last year. The fact is, we are seeing as we speak, thousands rush our border from El Paso down along the Texas border because of the failed policies of this administration. We have an obligation as a body, but while our Democrat colleagues bury their head in the sand and refuse to acknowledge the crisis at the border, Republicans have an obligation to do exactly what they said they would do, what they campaigned to do, and that is secure the border of the United States. And let me be very clear. Securing the border of the United States does not mean more money. It does not mean more technology. It does not mean more Border Patrol agents. It does not mean throwing money at the problem. It means actually doing the job of enforcing the laws of the United States and embracing policies that will stop the abuse of our law, as this administration is doing, to undermine it and allow people to flood our zone, allow cartels to exploit it, which harms Americans and migrants. We absolutely can and will ensure that people who have a credible claim to asylum will be able to have that claim heard while making sure that it is not exploited by cartels to rush our border with thousands of people and make it such that it is bad for them and us while fentanyl pours in, killing Americans and undermining our security. That is actually our job. And I would just submit that we should honor the promises that we made that gave us the majority. Because I can promise you, if we try to pass border security that doesn't actually stop the problem, we will no longer be in the majority. I yield back.
The gentleman yields his time. Does the gentleman have a motion?
I would motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Monday.